Let's begin in prayer. Lord, thank you for this night. May your word bring peace, rest, and comfort to every heart listening. Share in the comments where you're joining us from. We'd be honored to lift your prayers too. The weight of the day settles like a fine dust upon the soul, a collection of unseen burdens carried from one hour to the next. The light outside softens, bleeding from gold to violet as the sun completes its slow descent, and the world begins to quiet its incessant hum. This is the threshold of evening, a sacred space between the doing and the being, a gentle invitation to finally let go. Listen. Beyond the fading echoes of the day's demands, a deeper silence begins to bloom. It is a silence not of emptiness, but of presence. The faint, rhythmic chirping of crickets weaves a delicate tapestry of sound, a lullaby for the earth. A distant breeze whispers through the leaves, a soft sigh that seems to encourage a similar release within. These are the sounds of a world settling, of creation easing into the arms of night, and it is an invitation extended directly to you. Feel the tension in your shoulders, the slight furrow in your brow, the subtle clenching of a jaw that has held so much throughout the hours. One by one, acknowledge these places where the day has taken up residence within your body, and then, with a conscious and gentle breath, begin to release them. There is no need to carry them any further. This is not a time for striving, for sorting, or for solving. This is a time for surrender. Settle deeper into your rest, allowing your body to grow heavy and soft against the support that holds you. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your own breathing, an anchor in the quieting tide of the evening. Each exhale can be a release, a letting go of a worry, a fear, a memory that no longer needs your attention tonight. Each inhale can be a reception, a welcoming of a peace that has been waiting for this very moment to find you. This is your time to be still, to lay down the armor you've worn all day, to untangle from the knots of expectation and simply be. You are entering a sanctuary, not made by human hands, but prepared by a love that has watched over you through every moment. It is a love that asks for nothing in return in this quiet hour but your trust, your willingness to cease your own efforts and receive. So let the soft sounds of the evening wash over you. Let the growing darkness feel not like an absence, but like a warm blanket drawn close. You are safe here. You are welcome here. All that is required is your presence, just as you are, weary and hopeful, to settle into the profound and waiting peace of God. The ancient words rise from the silence, a truth as timeless as the hills and as personal as a heartbeat. The Lord is my shepherd. The declaration hangs in the quiet air, not as a distant theological concept, but as an intimate reality. It speaks of a relationship, a belonging, a specific and tender care that is meant for you, right here, right now. It is an identity whispered in the dark, a name given to the one who watches over your soul. This shepherd knows the terrain of your heart. He is familiar with every hidden valley, every sunlit meadow, every path grown over with thorns of worry. He does not drive from behind with shouts and demands, but walks ahead, his voice a constant and calming presence that invites you to follow. His leadership is not one of force, but of an unshakable knowing, a guidance that understands the precise contours of your weariness and the exact depth of your need for rest. He makes me lie down in green pastures. The image unfolds in the mind's eye, a vista of profound peace. These are not sparse, dry fields, but lush, verdant meadows, rich with life and soft underfoot. It is a place of abundance, of more than enough. The shepherd leads you here not to merely pause, but to truly recline, to let the weight of your body be fully supported by the goodness he provides. There is no need to remain standing guard over your own soul. Here, in his care, you can finally lower your defenses and sink into a rest that rejuvenates from the inside out. He leads me beside quiet waters. After the noise of the day, the clamor of thoughts and the rushing torrent of anxieties, he guides you to a different kind of stream. These are not turbulent, churning waters, but still pools, their surfaces like glass reflecting the peace of the sky above. The sound is a gentle murmur, a soft song that soothes the spirit. Here, you can kneel and drink deeply, not hurriedly, but slowly, allowing the cool, clear water of his presence to restore a parched and weary soul. This is the refreshment that goes beyond the physical, a deep, spiritual satiation that calms the deepest tremors of unrest. This is the gentle guidance of God. It is a leading that is always toward wholeness, toward restoration, toward peace. It requires no frantic effort on your part, only a trusting follow, a yielding to his wise and compassionate direction. He knows the path to the places where your soul can find its rest, and he is committed to taking you there. In the green pastures and beside the still waters, the frantic pace of the world falls away, replaced by the rhythmic, unhurried cadence of grace. This is the care of the shepherd, a provision so complete it allows the sheep to rest without a single fear, secure in the knowledge that every need is seen, known, and met by his capable hands. Even in the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. The words flow into the quiet, not as a denial of the valley's existence, but as a profound declaration of what stands within it. The valley is real, a place of deep shadows where light seems thin and the path is unclear, where fears whisper and the unknown presses close. It is the place of diagnosis received, of grief shouldered, of loneliness felt in the deepest hours of the night. Yet into this very terrain the shepherd leads, his presence not a distant hope, but a close companion. The shadow, however long and dark, is only a shadow. It cannot extinguish the light that walks with you, and it holds no ultimate power over the one who belongs to him. For you are with me. This is the heart of the comfort, the unshakable truth that changes everything about the valley. It is not a general, benevolent presence somewhere in the universe. but a specific, intimate companionship right beside you. He does not send you into the difficult places alone, promising to meet you on the other side. He enters them with you, his step matching yours, his breath a steady rhythm in the unsettling silence. The darkness may obscure your vision, but it cannot obscure his nearness. To know he is with you is to know that you are never, ever alone, no matter how deep the shadows grow. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. In the dimness, the tools of the shepherd come into focus, not as instruments of punishment, but as promises of protection and guidance. The rod is a weapon, swung with strength and precision to drive away any predator that would threaten the flock. It is the assurance of his active defense, his powerful commitment to your safety. He is vigilant on your behalf, standing between you and all that would seek to harm your soul. The staff is a guide, its curved end gently catching a straying lamb, drawing it back from a precarious edge, or providing a steadying point of contact on a slippery slope. It is the embodiment of his corrective and comforting guidance, his gentle pull back to the path of peace when worry or despair leads you astray. Together, they are a profound comfort, a dual promise that he will protect you from what you cannot see and guide you when you cannot find your way. This is the calming reassurance of his constant presence. It is a presence that does not fluctuate with your feelings or fail with your strength. It is as steady as the eternal hills that surround the valley, as unwavering as the promise itself. In the green pastures, his presence provides rest. Beside the still waters, his presence provides refreshment. And here, in the valley of the shadow, his presence provides courage. The fear of evil loses its grip, not because the circumstances have changed, but because the reality of his companionship has become more real than the fear itself. You are walking through the valley, not trapped within it, and you are walking with the one who has already overcome every shadow. His rod and his staff are the tangible proofs of his care, and his presence is the promise that you will emerge on the other side, held secure every step of the way. The words arrive like a gentle benediction, a whispered promise that settles over the soul with the weight of a warm blanket. In peace, I will lie down and sleep. It is more than a hopeful wish. It is a declaration of trust, a conscious surrender into the arms of a safety that is both profound and personal. This is not the fragile peace of ideal circumstances, but the unshakable peace that comes from knowing who holds the night. The anxieties of the day, those persistent whispers of what was left undone or what might yet come to pass, begin to loosen their grip. They are like stones carried in a pocket all day long, their weight a constant, subtle drain. One by one they can be released now, laid down at the feet of the one who does not slumber. There is no need to clutch them through the night, to turn them over and over in the mind until weariness blurs their edges but does not diminish their dread. They are not yours to carry into the silence. This is an act of faith, a deliberate unwinding of the knots of worry, trusting that the same God who guided the sun across the sky is more than capable of holding your concerns while you rest. The safety he provides is not merely the absence of danger, but the active, watchful presence of a guardian. It is the assurance that the door of your soul is locked from the inside by a love that will not fail. The shadows that dance on the walls hold no terror, for they are only shadows. The creaks and sighs of the settling house are not omens, but part of the world's own rhythm of rest, harmonizing with the steady, quiet breath of divine protection. You are shielded, not by the flimsy walls of your own vigilance, but by the everlasting arms that are always beneath you, a foundation that cannot be shaken. Sleep, then, becomes a gift to be received, not a struggle to be won. It is the natural, trusting response of a soul that has found its safe harbor. The body, no longer wired with the tension of the day, begins to soften and yield to the pull of rest. The mind, released from its frantic circling, grows quiet and still. There is a profound letting go, a sinking into the promise that you are watched over, you are cared for, you are loved. The God who numbers the stars and calls them each by name is the same God who numbers the hairs on your head and who ordains this holy pause of sleep for your renewal. So let the peace that surpasses all understanding stand guard over your heart and your mind. Breathe in the quiet certainty that you are safe. Breathe out the final remnants of unrest. In this sacred trust, there is no room for fear, only for the deep, healing quiet of a soul at rest. You can lie down and you can sleep, for the Lord Himself, your sure protector, makes you dwell in safety. The night is His, and you are His, and in that truth, there is perfect peace. The soul, now quieted by trust, turns its gaze upward, beyond the ceiling, beyond the clouds, to the ancient star-dusted hills from which its help has always come. The words of the psalm rise, not as a new thought, but as an eternal echo answering the deepest need of the human heart. I lift up my eyes to the mountains. Where does my help come from? It is the fundamental question whispered in every darkness, in every moment of frailty. And the answer comes not from the silent, majestic hills themselves, but from the one who formed them. My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. The source of all help is the source of all things. The Creator who spoke galaxies into being holds your moment, your breath, your night in His hands. This truth unfolds with a breathtaking intimacy. He will not let your foot slip, a promise for the smallest misstep, the unseen obstacle on the path, the stumble of a weary soul. His attention is not general, it is precise, focused on the placement of your every step, ensuring your journey is secure. And the one who watches over you is not a sentinel who grows weary, whose attention might wane in the deepest watch of the night. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The divine vigilance is absolute, unbroken, a constant and alert love that never takes a rest from caring for you. While the world sleeps and consciousness fades, his guardianship remains at its full strength, a perpetual light that does not flicker. The promise expands, encircling you completely. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. The sun will not harm you by day, nor the moon by night. His protection is a comprehensive canopy, shielding from every extreme, the scorching anxieties of the day now past, and the chilling fears that can arise in the lonely night. He is a refuge that moves with you, as close as your own shadow, positioned for your immediate defense and comfort. There is no time, no hour, when you are outside the sphere of his safeguarding presence. The culmination of this divine watch care is stated with a finality that sinks deep into the spirit. The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore. This is the unwavering watchfulness of God, a keeping that is active and intentional. It is a guardianship that encompasses your entire existence, your inward thoughts, your outward circumstances, your every beginning and every ending. It is a promise not just for this single night, but for all the nights and all the days to come, stretching into the forever that he himself inhabits. The soul, held in such a sure and sleepless love, has nothing left to guard itself against. It can release its own feeble watch, surrendering completely to the perfect, alert, and tender keeping of he who never closes his eyes. The soul, cradled in the assurance of a watchful God, now turns to a deeper refuge, a more intimate hiding place. The words of the psalm unfold like the softest of wings, offering not just protection, but a profound and personal shelter. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. This is an invitation to more than a momentary visit. It is a call to take up residence, to make one's home in the very presence of God. To dwell here is to live under the constant, cooling shadow of His strength, a place where the harsh glare of fear and worry cannot penetrate. The declaration that follows is one of fierce, personal trust. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. It is a choice to voice the truth, to align the trembling heart with the unshakable reality of who God is. He is not a distant stronghold, but my refuge. He is not a general citadel, but my fortress. This trust transforms the perception of safety from a theological concept into a lived experience, a certainty that the soul can lean into with its full weight, finding the walls steadfast and impenetrable. Then comes the image that sinks deepest into the weary spirit, the most tender metaphor of divine care. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. The mind is invited to envision it, not the cold stone of a fortress, but the soft, downy warmth of a protective wing. It is the image of a mother bird gathering her vulnerable chicks close to her heart, shielding them from storm and predator alike. This is the safety of being hidden, of being so close to the source of life and love that the outside world grows muffled and distant. The frantic beat of the heart begins to slow, syncing with a calmer, stronger rhythm. The ragged edges of anxiety are smoothed by the gentle pressure of being gathered in, cherished, and kept. The promise culminates with the assurance of faithfulness that is both a shield and a bulwark. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. It is not your own ability to believe that protects you, but the unwavering, never-failing character of God Himself. His faithfulness is the shield that deflects the arrows of accusation and fear. It is the rampart, the high, unassailable wall that surrounds you, built not of stone but of covenant promise. You are safe because He is true. So let the imagination engage fully with this profound safety. Feel the gentle weight of that divine covering, the softness that surrounds and insulates. Hear the muffled silence of being hidden away from all that would harm or disturb. This is the shelter of the Most High, a refuge not from the world's existence, but from its power to destroy your peace. Here, under the shadow of His wings, the soul finds its truest home, its most secure rest. There is no need to peek out at the darkness, no need to listen for danger. You are covered, you are hidden, you are safe. The invitation comes not as a shout, but as a whisper that stills the very air. Be still and know that I am God. The words drift into the quiet like a single leaf settling on a motionless pond, their impact rippling outward through the soul's deepest waters. This is not a suggestion, but a gentle command from the heart of eternity itself, an appeal to cease the frantic striving that defines so much of waking life. To be still is to voluntarily lower the arms that have been raised all day in defense or effort, to unclench the hands that have been tightly holding plans and worries, and to simply exist in a state of receptive surrender. Be still. The phrase is repeated, a soft mantra against the inner noise. It calls for a cessation of the internal dialogue, the endless rehearsal of conversations past and future, the mental lists and the anxious calculations. It is an invitation to let the machinery of the mind wind down, to allow the spinning wheels of thought to gradually lose their momentum and come to a rest. This stillness is not emptiness, but a making of space, a clearing of the crowded interior to allow for a different, more profound kind of knowing to take root. And know that I am God. The knowing that follows stillness is not the product of intellectual effort or theological study. It is an experiential, visceral awareness that dawns in the soul when it finally stops its own chatter. It is the knowledge of His majesty that comes not from reading about creation, but from feeling the vast, loving intelligence behind your own next breath. It is the knowledge of His sovereignty that arises as you release the illusion of your own control and feel the world continue to turn perfectly on an axis you did not design. This knowing is a deep, cellular recognition that you are in the presence of the One who simply is, the great I Am, and that in His presence, All other fretting identities and anxieties lose their claim on you. The need to control, to manage, to ensure outcomes begins to dissolve like mist in this sacred knowing. It was always a heavy burden, this self-appointed guardianship over a universe that was never yours to command. You can let it go now. The outcomes, the tomorrows, the unresolved threads, they are safe in hands far more capable than your own. The stillness becomes an act of trust, a positive relinquishment into the certainty of who He is. He is God. You are not. And in that beautiful, liberating asymmetry, the soul finds its rest. So breathe into the stillness. Let the repetition of the phrase, "Be still and know that I am God," wash over you, each time carving a deeper groove of peace into your spirit. There is nothing to fix here, nothing to figure out. There is only a being to be aware of, a love to receive, a presence to rest in. The world and its demands are held at bay. The night is deep, and in the quiet, you are not alone. You are known, you are held, and you are invited to simply be and know. The soul, having been stilled and stripped of its need to control, now turns inward to its own deepest longing. The words of the psalm rise from that quiet place, a confession and a discovery whispered in the hush. My soul finds rest in God alone. The declaration is absolute, singular, leaving no room for other claimants. It is not in the resolution of circumstances, nor in the achievement of peace, nor in the absence of trouble that the soul's rest is found. It is found in God and God alone. This is the bedrock truth, the unshakable foundation upon which all true peace is built. The psalmist continues, painting a picture of this divine stability. He alone is my rock and my salvation. He is my fortress. I will never be shaken. The imagery is of something monumental and permanent, a rock that cannot be eroded by the tides of worry, a fortress whose walls cannot be breached by the assaults of fear. This is not a fleeting feeling of calm, but a positional reality for the soul that has anchored itself in Him. To be in Him is to be placed upon a foundation that does not shift, no matter how the ground of life may tremble. The promise is not that the shaking will not come, but that within the shaking, the soul that is found in Him will not be ultimately moved. A gentle, insistent call follows, a directive for the waiting heart. Find rest, O my soul, in God alone. My hope comes from Him. It is a conversation the soul has with itself, a command to return to its only true source of quiet. The hopes that have been pinned on people, on outcomes, on the fragile framework of human plans, they are gently untethered and laid aside. True hope, the kind that does not disappoint, is not a what but a who. It flows from His character, His faithfulness, His unwavering love. To hope in Him is to attach the soul's expectation to the only thing in the universe that is truly reliable. The invitation expands into a profound trust, Trust in him at all times, O people. Pour out your hearts to him, for God is our refuge. The permission is breathtaking in its intimacy. At all times, in the bright noon of joy and the deep midnight of despair, the soul is invited to come, not with polished prayers or measured words, but with a heart poured out. Every fear, every doubt, every raw and unedited emotion can be emptied before him. He is not alarmed by the mess. He is a refuge for it. This divine listening is not passive. It is an active reception, a safe container for all that would otherwise poison the well of peace. The soul, having poured out its heart, is now called to a final, deep surrender. Wait silently for God alone, my soul. The silence here is not empty, but full. It is a waiting that is active in its trust, a stillness that is confident in its expectation. It is a letting go of the need to know the how and the when, and a settling into the who. To wait silently for God alone is to cease striving, to stop straining to hear answers on the wind, and to simply rest in the certainty of His presence and His goodwill. In that holy silence, the soul finds its deepest rest, not because the circumstances have changed, but because it has finally come home to the only source of rest there is. The darkness of the room is no longer an empty space, but a canvas upon which a greater truth is about to be written. It is in this very obscurity that the most profound light often reveals itself, not as a blaze that blinds, but as a gentle, unwavering glow that knows no shadow. The words of the psalm begin to unfold, a declaration against the night's deepest fears. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The question is not rhetorical, but a deep, soul-level challenge to every anxiety that has ever whispered in the dark. The answer is inherent in the statement itself. If the Lord, the creator of the sun and the stars, the very source of illumination, is your personal light, then fear loses its jurisdiction. The darkness, however thick it may seem, is only a temporary condition, unable to extinguish the eternal flame of His presence. The psalmist's heart cry follows, a single-minded desire that cuts through the clutter of lesser wants. One thing I ask from the Lord, this only do I seek, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life. This is not a wish for a physical building, but a longing for unbroken communion, for a heart that makes its home in the conscious awareness of God's nearness. It is the ultimate answer to the soul's homelessness, the desire to be where He is, to gaze upon His beauty, to be saturated in the atmosphere of His love. This is the one thing that, if granted, makes every other thing fall into its proper place, a north star for a heart that can easily lose its way in the worries of the world. The purpose of this dwelling is revealed in the next breath, to gaze on the beauty of the Lord and to seek Him in His temple. In the quiet of the night, the beauty of the Lord is not found in a visual spectacle, but in the profound attributes of His character, His goodness, His faithfulness, His mercy. To gaze upon this beauty is to let the soul be captivated by it, to allow the magnificence of who He is to overshadow the mundanity or the pain of what is. Seeking Him here is not a frantic search, but a restful turning of the attention, a focusing of the heart's gaze on the one true source of all that is lovely and perfect. And then comes the promise of shelter, so vivid it can almost be felt. For in the day of trouble, He will keep me safe in His dwelling. He will hide me in the shelter of His sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. The day of trouble is acknowledged, it is real, and it comes. But its power is utterly neutralized by the divine response. He does not promise to eliminate trouble, but to provide an inviolable sanctuary within it. The imagery is of being hidden away, concealed in the most secure place possible, His own dwelling. To be set high upon a rock is to be lifted above the floodwaters of circumstance, given a perspective of safety and victory that the world below cannot touch. The fears that prowl in the night cannot scale this height. The worries that swirl like a fog cannot obscure this view. The chapter closes with a charge born of hard-won faith. I remain confident of this. I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart, and wait for the Lord. This is the essence of hopeful waiting. It is not a passive, resigned sigh, but an active, muscular confidence. It is the decision of the heart to plant its flag on the truth of God's goodness before that goodness is fully manifested. It is a choice to be strong, not in one's own power, but in the strength that His promise provides. To take heart is to allow courage to be infused into the spirit, to let the lungs fill with the air of hope. And to wait for the Lord is to trust in His perfect timing, to believe that the dawn of His goodness is already breaking, even if the eyes have not yet adjusted to its light. In this confident, hopeful waiting, the soul finds that the Lord is indeed its light, making the darkness itself a place of expectant peace. The darkness of the night holds its own unique music, a symphony not of sound but of absence, where the day's clamor has finally ceased and the soul is left alone with its own rhythms. It is in this profound quiet that another, deeper melody can begin to be heard, a song that does not originate from the world or from within, but from the very heart of God. The words of the psalm drift into this silence, a divine promise set to the rhythm of a resting heart. By day the Lord directs His love, at night His song is with me. The declaration is breathtaking in its constancy. His love is not a fair-weather companion, present only in the easy light of day. It is a force that charts the course of the hours, and when the sun departs, it does not retreat, but simply changes its expression, becoming a melody in the darkness. This is the song of His loving kindness, a tune woven from the threads of faithfulness, mercy, and an affection that does not waver. It is a lullaby for the anxious spirit, a gentle refrain that counters every dissonant note of fear or regret that the mind might replay in the stillness. The song is not always loud. Often, it is the softest of hums, a bass line of grace that undergirds the silence, waiting for the soul to grow quiet enough to perceive it. It is the sound of being known, of being cherished, of being held in a love that needs no external light to see you or to sing over you. Even during the most restless nights, when sleep remains a distant shore and thoughts churn like troubled waters, this song does not cease. It is not dependent on the soul's ability to feel it or to sing along. It is a gift, an ever-present offering of comfort. The tossing and turning, the racing mind, the heavy weight of wakefulness, none of these can silence the divine melody. Instead, they become the very reason for it, the dissonance that makes the harmony of his presence all the more sweet and necessary. His song is with you in the restlessness, a companion to your unease, a gentle pressure against the turmoil, slowly soothing its ragged edges. To receive this song is to turn the inner ear away from the noise of worry and toward this quieter, more enduring frequency. It is to imagine that love not as an abstract concept, but as a specific, personal melody composed just for this night, for this moment of need. It is a song that speaks of forgiveness for the day's failures, of strength for the morning to come, of a peace that is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of something, someone, infinitely greater. This melody becomes a prayer without words, a communion that transcends the need for language, a way for the heart to rest even when the body cannot. So let the night be long. Let the silence be deep, for in the very heart of it, a song is playing. It is the song of a love that will not let you go, a constant, gentle refrain that turns the watchful hours into a sanctuary and the dark into a canvas for grace. Breathe in time with its rhythm. Let your heart beat in sync with its steady, reassuring cadence. However awake you may be, you are being sung to sleep by the one whose love is the most beautiful music in all the universe. His song is with you, a promise set to music, a lullaby of light in the deepest dark. The shepherd's path, so gently traced through the green pastures of rest, now curves toward the sound of water, not the rushing, chattering flow of a busy stream, but the deep, resonant silence of a still pool. He leads me beside quiet waters. The phrase returns, not as a repetition, but as a deeper immersion into its meaning, an invitation to step beyond the metaphor and into the tangible reality of a soul's restoration. This is not a destination passed by on the journey. It is a place of prolonged abiding, a deliberate stopping where the only requirement is to drink and be still. The waters are quiet, their surface a perfect, unbroken mirror reflecting the vast, peaceful sky above. There are no ripples of anxiety here, no turbulent currents of tomorrow's worries churning the depths. The stillness is so profound it seems to absorb sound, swallowing the faintest echo of the day's chaos and leaving in its place a silence that is rich and full. This quiet is not an emptiness, but a presence, the palpable calm of the shepherd's own spirit, communicated through the elemental peace of the water he has led you to. It is a silence that speaks louder than any noise, a wordless assurance that here, in this specific place prepared by his hand, nothing can disturb the holy work of renewal. To be led here is to be brought to the very source of refreshment. The soul's thirst is a deep, often unrecognized ache, a longing for something more sustaining than distraction, more hydrating than accomplishment. The quiet waters are not for a hurried sip, a glancing touch of the lips before moving on. They are for kneeling beside, for leaning over and seeing one's own reflection softened and held in the gaze of divine peace. They are for drinking deeply, allowing the cool, clear essence of his presence to seep into the parched places, the hidden cracks of weariness and strain. This is the restoration of the soul, a process not of adding something new, but of rehydrating what has been dried out by the heat of the day, of returning to the soul its original, God-given suppleness and life. The act of drinking becomes an act of trust. It is a relinquishing of every other proposed source of satisfaction, the stagnant pools of regret, the brackish streams of others' opinions, the salt water of striving that only increases thirst. Here, at the quiet waters, the soul learns to drink from him alone. Each slow, intentional draft is a surrender, a choice to believe that this water is enough, that this stillness is the true cure for the restlessness that has plagued the spirit. The healing is in the partaking, in the allowing of his peace to circulate through the spiritual veins, carrying with it a sense of wholeness that the world cannot give and cannot take away. Time seems to hold its breath beside these waters. The pressure of the clock, the relentless forward march of minutes and hours, loses all its power in this sanctuary of the now. There is only the lap of water against the shore, the slow rhythm of your own breathing syncing with the timeless rhythm of grace. The shepherd does not hurry you. He stands watch, his presence a quiet affirmation that this is the entire purpose of the journey for now, to be here, to be restored, to remember what it is to be a soul at peace, deeply satisfied by the simple, profound gift of his leading and his provision. The quiet waters are not just a place on the map, they are the destination of the weary heart, and in their depths, the soul finds itself again. The soul, having tasted the deep restoration of quiet waters, now stands at the threshold of a final, liberating surrender. The weight that has been carried, sometimes shouldered proudly, sometimes dragged reluctantly, can finally be laid down. The words of the psalm arrive not as a suggestion, but as a divine permission slip, an invitation to a transfer of burdens that defies all earthly logic. Cast your cares on the Lord and he will sustain you. The instruction is breathtaking in its simplicity and its promise. To cast is not to gently place, but to hurl, to throw with the full force of a weary arm, to release completely from one's grip and one's responsibility. These cares, the anxieties that gnaw, the worries that circle like vultures, The responsibilities that press down like stones are not meant to be your permanent companions. They are burdens you were never designed to carry alone. One by one, they can be named in the quiet of the heart. That fear about the future, a cold, hard knot in the stomach. That regret from the past, a shadow that will not lift. That concern for a loved one, a constant low-grade hum of tension. That pressure to perform, to measure up, to be enough. See them for what they are, not facts of your identity, but weights that have been attached to your spirit, slowing your steps and clouding your vision. And one by one, with a conscious act of the will, they can be lifted from the tired shoulders of your soul and thrown, with all the strength you can muster, onto the broad, capable shoulders of God. He will sustain you. The promise is not that the circumstance will instantly vanish, but that you will be upheld within it. The burden is transferred, and in its place, you receive sustenance, not a temporary boost, but a continuous life-giving flow of His strength. It is the difference between carrying a crushing load and being carried yourself. His sustaining power is like a deep, underground river that never runs dry, a source of resilience that is not dependent on your own emotional reserves, which are so often depleted. He does not merely offer advice from the sidelines. He steps in and becomes the very support system for your life. He will never let the righteous be shaken. The assurance is not of a life without tremors, but of a foundation that cannot be moved when the earthquakes come. The righteousness here is not your own flawless performance, but your position in Him, the standing of one who has trusted, who has cast their cares, and who is now held secure by His covenant faithfulness. The worries you have hurled upon Him may still exist in the realm of circumstance, but they have lost their power to destabilize your soul. They are now His business, His concern. Your business is to rest in the unshakable peace of being sustained. So visualize it. See your hands opening, fingers uncurling from around the worries they have clenched so tightly. Feel the weight leave you, a physical sensation of lightness spreading through your chest and your mind. Watch as He receives each one, not with reluctance or annoyance, but with the infinite capacity of the one who measured the waters in the hollow of His hand and marked off the heavens with a span. His strength is not diminished by your burdens. His grace is not exhausted by your needs. He is strong enough, great enough, loving enough to carry every single one without faltering. The night is deep, and you are free. The burdens are His. The sustaining is His. The peace is yours. Cast your cares and sleep, held upright by the everlasting arms. The soul, now unburdened in light, turns its attention to the one immutable reality upon which all hope is built, the foundation that does not shift with the sands of circumstance or the shadows of night. The words of the psalm rise, a declaration of trust forged in the fires of experience and cooled in the waters of grace. We wait in hope for the Lord. He is our help and our shield. The waiting is not passive or desperate, but anchored, a conscious abiding in the certainty of his character. He is not a reluctant helper or a fragile shield. He is the definitive source of aid and the impregnable wall of defense. The soul, having cast its cares upon him, now finds its posture as one of expectant, hopeful rest, watching for the movement of a love that never fails. The reason for this hope unfolds in the next breath, a truth so profound it can steady a trembling heart. In him our hearts rejoice, for we trust in his holy name. The rejoicing is not a surface emotion dependent on happy outcomes, but a deep, settled gladness that springs from the bedrock of trust. His name, his very character and reputation, is holy, set apart, utterly reliable and good. To trust in that name is to attach the soul's stability to the most stable force in the universe. The heart rejoices not because the night is short, but because the one who governs the night is trustworthy. The joy is in the trust itself, a quiet celebration of who he is, a feast for the spirit in the midst of any famine of feeling. The culmination of this trust is a prayer that arises from the very core of the rested soul, a final surrender into the ocean of divine affection. May your unfailing love be with us, Lord, even as we put our hope in you. It is a plea for the tangible presence of his, he said, that steadfast, covenantal, loyal love that does not waver, cannot be earned, and will not end. The request is not for a change in circumstances, but for a deeper immersion in the one thing that truly matters. The soul asks for more of his love, not as a reward for hoping, but as the very sustenance of hope itself. It is the recognition that his love is the air in which hope breathes, the soil in which it grows. This is the reliability of God's love, a foundation more solid than the earth beneath and more constant than the stars above. It does not increase when you feel faithful, nor does it diminish when you feel lost. It is not a response to your performance, but a revelation of his nature. It is the fixed point in the spinning universe, the North Star by which the wandering heart can always navigate its way home. In the darkness, when feelings are unreliable guides, this love remains the one objective, unchanging truth. You can build your peace upon it. You can rest your entire weight upon it, and it will not give way. This unwavering love is the ultimate reason for the heart to rest. Why should it be still? Because it is loved with a love that will not let it go. Why should it cease its striving? Because it is held by a love that does not require striving. Why should it sleep without fear? Because it is watched over by a love that never sleeps. The soul, understanding this, has nothing left to prove, nothing left to guard, nothing left to earn. It can simply be, and in that being, it finds its purpose and its peace. The steadfast love of the Lord is the blanket that covers the night, the lullaby that sings through the silence, and the promise that dawns with the certainty of a new morning. In this love, the heart does not just find rest, it comes home. From the deep well of a soul at rest, a new melody begins to form, not one of petition or need, but of pure, unadulterated praise. It is a song that arises not from the absence of trouble, but from the overwhelming presence of goodness recognized and adored. The words of the psalm ascend, a declaration that transcends circumstance and turns the heart's gaze upward in awestruck gratitude. I will extol the Lord at all times. His praise will always be on my lips. This is a vow, a conscious decision to magnify the goodness of God, to make it larger in the landscape of the mind than any shadow of fear or worry. It is the soul's response to the steadfast love it has received, a natural overflow of a heart that has tasted and seen that the Lord is good. The invitation expands, becoming a shared celebration, a testimony meant to encourage the weary. My soul will boast in the Lord. Let the afflicted hear and rejoice. This is not a boast of personal achievement, but a radiant pointing toward the source of all strength and comfort. It is an acknowledgement that every ounce of resilience, every moment of peace, is a gift from Him. And in the quiet of the night, this boasting becomes a beacon, a silent witness that even in affliction, there is a reason for a joy that runs deeper than pain. The soul, by its very rest, testifies to a goodness that is powerful enough to calm the most turbulent waters within. The call to worship becomes personal, intimate. Glorify the Lord with me. Let us exalt His name together. Though the room may be still and the body solitary, the Spirit joins a chorus that spans the heavens and the earth, a fellowship of all who have found their refuge in Him. To exalt His name is to lift high the truth of His character, His mercy, His faithfulness, His power, allowing it to eclipse every lesser concern. In the act of exaltation, the soul itself is lifted, rising above the low-lying fog of anxiety into the clear, free air of adoration. The burdens that felt so heavy are put into their proper perspective against the immense backdrop of His glory. Then comes the heart of the invitation, the pathway to peace that the psalmist discovered and now extends. Taste and see that the Lord is good. The words are an appeal to the senses, an urging to move beyond intellectual assent into experiential knowledge. To taste is to partake, to sample, to allow the reality of His goodness to become a flavor on the palate of the Spirit, something savored and enjoyed. It is an intimate, personal encounter, not with a concept, but with a person whose nature is fundamentally, essentially good. This goodness is not a theory to be debated, but a sustenance to be consumed, a nourishment that satisfies the soul's deepest hunger. This is the pathway to peace, to magnify God's goodness in the mind until it becomes the dominant reality. The fears, the worries, the regrets, they shrink in the light of this magnified goodness. They are not denied, but they are overshadowed by the greater truth of a God who is for you, who is with you, and who is inherently, unchangeably good. To dwell on this goodness is to walk a road that leads directly to a quiet heart. The soul, having tasted this goodness, finds that its thirst for anxiety is quenched, its appetite for fear is gone. It is left full, satisfied, and at peace, resting in the delicious certainty that the Lord is good, and that His goodness is its shield and its great reward. The night is no longer a time to dread, but a sanctuary in which to savor the exquisite flavor of His grace. The familiar words return, not as a mere repetition, but as a deeper descent into their truth, a slow, deliberate circling of a well whose waters run infinitely deep. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? The question is posed again into the waiting silence, not from a place of desperation, but from a settled heart that already knows the answer and longs to feel its truth resonate in the marrow of the soul. It is a ritual of remembrance, a conscious reorientation of the spirit's gaze away from the temporary and toward the eternal, away from the shifting shadows of circumstance and toward the unshakable source of all strength. The answer comes, not as a shout, but as a whisper that carries the weight of the cosmos. My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. Each word is given space to land, to sink its roots deep into the spirit. The maker of heaven and earth. This is not a distant deity offering occasional assistance. This is the architect of reality, the one who spoke galaxies into swirling existence, who set the stars on their ancient courses, who painted the sunset and designed the intricate pattern of a single leaf. This is the source of your help. The same power that holds the universe in perfect balance is the power that holds your moment, your breath, your anxious thought. The same creativity that devised the complex beauty of a hummingbird's wing is at work in the details of your life. The mind struggles to hold the magnitude of it, the infinite personal care of the Creator. The repetition of the phrase becomes a mantra of certainty, a hammer driving the truth past the surface of understanding and into the core of being. My help comes from the Lord, not from my own ingenuity, which so often fails, not from the approval of others, which is so fickle, not from the perfect alignment of circumstances, which is so rare. My help comes from the Lord. The certainty is not born of blind optimism, but of a fixed point of reference outside of oneself. It is the rock upon which the weary can stand when the sands of their own strength have shifted and given way. It is the North Star by which the lost can navigate when all other lights have been extinguished by the night. This is the ultimate source of help, the only source that is both all-powerful and all-loving, both infinitely great and intimately near. He is not a resource to be managed, but a relationship to be trusted. He does not dispense help from a distance, but is himself the help that is offered. His presence is the aid. His character is the guarantee. To know that your help comes from the Lord is to know that you are connected to an inexhaustible supply of grace, a perpetual wellspring of strength that does not run dry based on your performance or your perception. It is to trade the exhausting labor of self-reliance for the deep, soul-level rest of divine reliance. So let the truth settle over you, layer upon layer, like a gentle, weighted blanket. My help comes from the Lord. With each breath in, receive the certainty of it. With each breath out, release the lie that you are alone in your struggle. The hills stand as silent witnesses to His creative power, but your help is not in them. It is in the One who formed them. The night sky declares His majesty, but your help is not in its vastness. It is in the One who filled it with light. Your help is personal, specific, and assured. It comes from the Lord. And in that single magnificent truth, the soul finds a peace that is not its own, a rest that is rooted in the very nature of God. The question has been asked and answered, and the answer is enough for this night and for all the nights to come. From the quieted heart, a new image emerges, one of profound intimacy and tender safety. The words of the psalm rise like a soft sigh, a prayer breathed from the deepest place of vulnerability and trust. Keep me as the apple of your eye, hide me in the shadow of your wings. The soul, having acknowledged the source of all help, now turns to the manner of that keeping. It is not a distant, impersonal guardianship, but a cherishing, a hiding, a drawing in so close that the outside world and its threats simply fade into a muffled silence. This is the feeling of being protected, not by a wall, but by a warmth, not by a command, but by an embrace. The mind is invited to envision it, a mother bird, her wings outstretched not in flight, but in shelter. Beneath the soft, feathered canopy, the chicks are gathered, their tiny bodies tucked against the warmth of her heart. They are hidden from the hawk's sharp eye, insulated from the storm's chill, comforted by the steady rhythm of her breathing. This is the refuge offered. It is not a fortress of cold stone, but a living, breathing sanctuary. To be hidden under His wings is to be brought into the most intimate place of safety, where the only sound is the beating of a heart that loves you, and the only reality is the certainty of being cherished. This is the feeling of being protected. It is a visceral sensation of pressure and warmth, a gentle weight that is not oppressive, but profoundly reassuring. It is the feeling of being small and known, not insignificant, but valued enough to be gathered in and covered. The fears that once loomed large, the uncertainties of tomorrow, the regrets of yesterday, the anxieties of the hour, cannot penetrate this sacred hiding place. They are outside the circle of His wings, their voices dulled and their power broken by the simple, overwhelming fact of proximity to His heart. Here, you are not just safe from harm, you are hidden from it, concealed in the very shadow of the Almighty. This is the feeling of being cherished. It goes beyond mere protection into the realm of delight. The apple of the eye is the most precious, most protected part. To be kept as such is to be the object of His singular focus and fierce affection. Under the shadow of His wings, there is no need to perform, to prove, or to earn your place. You are there because you are loved. You are cherished not for what you have done, but simply because you are His. This knowledge seeps into the spirit like a balm, soothing the raw places of insecurity and shame, whispering that you are worth hiding, worth protecting, worth delighting in. The soul settles into this truth, allowing the metaphor to become its reality. The darkness of the room is no longer an empty space to be feared, but the very shadow of those sheltering wings. The silence is not an absence, but the quiet hum of a love that speaks louder than words. Every breath becomes a reminder of the nearness of that divine heart. The weight of the blanket is a faint echo of the weight of glory that covers you. There is nothing to do here, nothing to figure out. The only requirement is to receive, to allow yourself to be the cherished one, the hidden one, the apple of his eye. To rest here is to understand, in the deepest way possible, that you are not alone in the night. You are being held. You are being covered. You are, in the most tender way imaginable, being loved. The soul, having been gathered under the sheltering wings of divine affection, now turns its gaze toward the very character of the one who offers such intimate refuge. The words of the psalm unfold like a slow sunrise, revealing the heart of God in hues of mercy and kindness. The Lord is gracious and compassionate, slow to anger, and rich in love. The declaration is not a distant theological attribute, but a personal revelation of his nature, a direct answer to every unspoken fear of rejection or impatience. His grace is the unmerited favor that meets you exactly where you are, in the weariness of this hour. His compassion is not a feeling but an action, a deep, visceral response to your humanity, a willingness to enter into your weakness with the strength of his presence. The Lord is good to all. He has compassion on all he has made. The goodness of God is not a limited resource doled out to a select few. It is a universal constant, as pervasive as the air and as necessary as light. It falls on the just and the unjust, a testament to a love that is not earned but simply given, a fundamental quality of the Creator toward his creation. His compassion blankets the world, a gentle, persistent force of care that upholds the sparrow in its flight and numbers the hairs on your head. In the quiet of the night, this truth expands, reminding the soul that it rests within a cosmos curated by kindness, held in a universe governed by a heart of compassion. Your kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and your dominion endures through all generations. The Lord is trustworthy in all he promises, and faithful in all he does. The steadfastness of his rule becomes the foundation for the soul's rest. Kingdoms of earth rise and fall, generations come and go, but his dominion is the one unchanging reality. The promises he has whispered through the ages of his presence, his peace, his keeping power, are not fleeting hopes, but anchored in his trustworthy character. What he has said, he will do. What he has promised, he will fulfill. This faithfulness is not a response to your own, but a revelation of his own eternal constancy. The soul can release its grip on the need to control outcomes, trusting instead in the unwavering faithfulness of the one who holds all things together. The Lord upholds all who fall and lifts up all who are bowed down. The eyes of all look to you, and you give them their food at the proper time. You open your hand and satisfy the desires of every living thing. His gentleness is revealed in his practical, sustaining care. He is not a God who watches from a distance, but one who actively intervenes in the smallest details of need. He sees the stumble and offers support. He notices the posture of weariness and provides an uplifting hand. He knows the hunger of the body and the deeper hunger of the heart, and his open hand is never empty. He satisfies, not with minimal rations, but with a generosity that speaks of his abundant nature. The desires he placed within you, he himself fulfills in his perfect timing, with a goodness that far exceeds mere necessity. The Lord is near to all who call on him, to all who call on him in truth. He fulfills the desires of those who fear him. He hears their cry and saves them. This is the ultimate promise of his nearness. He is not a God who hides himself, but one who makes himself available, who draws close to the honest cry of the heart. To call on him in truth is to come without pretense, to voice the real need, the real fear, the real ache. And in that raw authenticity, he meets you. His nearness is not a reward for perfect performance, but a gift to the dependent spirit. He hears, he saves, he draws near. In the darkness, when feelings of isolation can press close, this truth becomes a lifeline. You are not calling into a void. You are calling to a person, and that person is already bending his ear to listen, already moving in response, already here. His gentle character is not a theory, but a tangible presence, a compassion that holds the night and a grace that promises the dawn. The night holds a sacred space for the mending of things unseen, for the gentle, meticulous work of healing that often cannot happen in the glare and noise of the day. It is into this holy quiet that a specific, tender promise is whispered, a truth meant for the places within that feel fractured, bruised, or worn thin from the bearing of unseen weights. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. The words are not a general statement about God's ability, but a direct personal address to the very ache you carry. He does not stand at a distance, offering sympathetic words for your pain. He draws near, his presence itself the balm, his hands skilled in the art of soul mending. There is a pain carried from the day, perhaps a sharp and recent sting, or perhaps a dull, ancient ache that has become a familiar, heavy companion. It might be the residue of a harsh word, the restoration orchestrated by the great physician. There is no need to strive for this wholeness, to analyze the hurt into submission, or to manufacture a feeling of wellness. The healing is His work, and your work is simply to trust, to rest, and to receive. Imagine His touch upon the broken place, not a hurried fix, but a patient binding. He gathers the fragments, not to discard them, but to make them whole again in a way that incorporates the story of the breaking into a stronger, more compassionate whole. The binding is firm and secure, a promise that what has been healed will be held together by His faithfulness. The wounds, once open and raw, are cleansed by grace and covered by peace. In the vulnerability of sleep, the soul is most open to this divine surgery, this loving intervention that requires no anesthetic but trust. So bring Him the brokenness, name the hurt silently in your heart, and then release it into His keeping. You do not need to carry it through the night. You can lay it down, knowing that the same hands that shaped the mountains and filled the oceans are more than capable of handling the fragile pieces of your heart. Let your breathing become a prayer of release, each exhale a letting go of the pain, each inhale a reception of His healing presence. Sleep is not an escape from the hurt, but an immersion into the very source of all restoration. As you drift into unconsciousness, you are not alone with your wounds. You are surrounded by a love that specializes in making broken things beautiful, and tonight, His gentle, healing work has already begun. The soul, having received the tender mending of the healer, now turns inward, not to examine its own wounds, but to address its own essence with a sacred command. The words of the psalm rise from a place of profound, remembered grace, a call to the deepest part of the self to awaken to worship. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless His holy name. It is a summons to the whole being, every thought, every emotion, every memory, every hidden part, to align in a singular, glorious act of adoration. This is not a request for a feeling, but a decision of the will, a stirring of the spirit to remember and to respond to the overwhelming goodness of God. The call continues, a litany of benefits remembered, each one a jewel in the crown of divine care. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all His benefits. The soul is urged to recollection, to actively call to mind the specific, personal ways in which God's faithfulness has been manifest. It is an act of defiance against the forgetfulness that so often steals peace, a deliberate turning over of the stones of memory to see the glimmer of grace beneath. To forget not is to choose to hold these benefits as the central narrative of one's life, allowing them to overshadow the story of lack or pain. The benefits are named, each one a balm to a specific human need, who forgives all your sins and heals all your diseases. The two are intimately connected, the healing of the spirit through forgiveness, and the often tangible healing of the body and soul. He does not merely save from death, he enthrones in dignity. The love and compassion are not fleeting emotions, but a royal diadem, a permanent mark of honor and belonging placed upon the head of the redeemed. You are not saved from the pit to live in a barren land, but to be crowned with the very attributes of God Himself, who satisfies your desires with good things, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles. The satisfaction offered is not in the fulfillment of every passing whim, but in the provision of good things, those gifts that truly nourish and sustain the soul. This divine satisfaction has a rejuvenating effect, a renewal of strength and vitality that transcends physical age. It is the soaring freedom of an eagle, catching the thermals of God's Spirit, moving from strength to strength without the wearying drag of earthly striving. The vastness of His love is then proclaimed, a love that defies measurement and dwarfs all human understanding. For as high as the heavens are above the earth, so great is His love for those who fear Him. The distance is infinite, immeasurable, a love that cannot be contained or comprehended. It is a love that surrounds, that encompasses, that exists in a dimension far beyond the reach of failure or flaw. As far as the east is from the west, so far has He removed our transgressions from us. The completeness of His forgiveness is illustrated with a spatial metaphor of absolute separation. East and west never meet. There is no point of convergence. The sins, once confessed and forgiven, are gone, not hidden in a drawer to be remembered, but removed to a distance that ensures they will never be brought to account again. They cannot define you, haunt you, or separate you from the love that has cast them away. The tenderness of His character is revealed in the most intimate of comparisons. As a father has compassion on his children, so the Lord has compassion on those who fear Him. This is not the compassion of a distant king, but the gut-level empathy of a parent who knows the fragility of his child, who remembers that they are dust. His compassion is personal, understanding, and gentle, a response to weakness not with anger, but with a desire to support and strengthen. And the eternal scope of this love is affirmed. But from everlasting to everlasting, the Lord's love is with those who fear Him, and His righteousness with their children's children, with those who keep His covenant and remember to obey His precepts. His love is not a temporary contract, but an everlasting covenant. It spans the generations, a steady current of faithfulness that flows from the ancient past into the eternal future. It is a love that creates a legacy, blessing not only the one who receives it, but those who follow, a chain of grace forged in the faithfulness of God. This then is the call to the soul, to bless the Lord by remembering, to recall the forgiveness that liberates, the healing that restores, the redemption that elevates, the satisfaction that renews, to marinate the mind in the reality of a love that is as high as the heavens, a forgiveness that is as wide as the horizon, a compassion that is as tender as a father's, and a faithfulness that stretches beyond the edges of time. In this sacred remembrance, the soul finds its truest voice, personal pledge, a direct address to the part of you that feels it has not measured up, that has in some way fallen short of the mark. This is God's supportive presence, not waiting for you to pick yourself up, but actively bending down to lift you. The feeling of falling is a universal human experience. It is the sensation of plans unraveling, of resolve crumbling, of giving in to the very weakness you vowed to overcome. It is the quiet shame of a harsh word spoken, the heavy regret of an opportunity missed, the internal sigh of a goal once again out of reach. These falls are not always dramatic. Often, they are the small, cumulative stumbles that wear down the spirit, the private disappointments that make the heart feel fragile and prone to breaking. In the darkness, these feelings can amplify, their echoes seeming to fill the entire room. But the promise cuts through the noise of self-recrimination with the clarity of a bell. The Lord upholds all who fall. His response to your descent is not a frown of disapproval, but the strong, sure grip of grace. To uphold is to provide support from beneath, to bear the weight so that the one who is falling does not crash into the ground of despair. It is the divine hand placed firmly in the small of your back, preventing a total collapse. It is the unwavering arm that catches you mid-fall and sets you back on your feet, not with a lecture, but with a steadying presence that says, I've got you. You are not defined by this stumble. This is His supportive presence, especially when we feel we are failing. He is not a coach on the sidelines critiquing your form. He is a partner in the struggle, His strength made perfect in your acknowledged weakness. His upholding is not a one-time rescue, but a continuous action. He is perpetually beneath you, a foundation that does not shift, a net of grace that is always in place. The fear of falling loses its power when you know with certainty that you will be caught. You can risk, you can try, you can be imperfect, because your security is not in your own flawless performance, but in His unwavering hold on you. So feel it now. Feel the strong, gentle pressure of that divine support. Imagine the weight of your weariness, your regret, your sense of failure being transferred from your own buckling shoulders onto the infinite strength that is offered. You do not need to hide your stumbles or pretend you have not fallen. You can bring your whole stumbling self to Him, and His response will always be to uphold, to lift, to support. His presence is the guarantee that no fall is final, no failure is fatal, and no weakness is beyond the reach of His strengthening grace. In the quiet assurance of being upheld, the soul finds a courage that is not its own, and a rest that is deep enough to encompass even its imperfections. The soul, having known the steadying hand of grace, now remembers the raw, unfiltered moments that preceded such peace, the desperate cries that first pierced the silence of its distress. The words of the psalm rise from that remembered place of anguish, a stark and honest confession of a humanity pushed to its limit. In my distress I cried out to the Lord, and He answered me. The declaration is not one of instant resolution, but a profound connection. It is the acknowledgement that the journey to rest often begins not in a whisper, but in a cry, a primal reaching out from the depths of a pain that can no longer be contained or managed alone. This is the raw material of faith, a heart so burdened it has no option but to cast its voice toward the heavens. The cry itself is an act of faith, a defiant hope that there is an ear to hear the noise of our pain, a heart that is not indifferent to our turmoil. It is the antithesis of resigned silence, the refusal to believe that suffering is a solitary confinement. In the crying out, the soul makes its most fundamental claim, that it is not alone, that its anguish matters to someone, that there is a listener in the universe. The cry is the bridge between the isolation of pain and the community of divine compassion, the first, desperate step out of the prison of the self and into the vast, responsive presence of God. And he answered me. The response is the cornerstone of the soul's trust. It may not have been the answer expected, perhaps not the immediate removal of the circumstance, but the immediate gift of his presence. The answer was his nearness, a solidarity that transformed the distress from a solitary ordeal into a shared experience. He did not shout instructions from a safe distance. He entered the distress, his presence becoming the answer that was more profound than any change of situation. To know that he hears is to know that you are seen, known, and valued. To know that he answers is to know that you are not howling into a void, but communicating with a person who responds with the perfect, loving agency of God. This ancient cry finds its eternal echo in the following assurance, a truth that answers the cry, not with a maybe, but with a certainty. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. The cry of distress is met with the calm declaration of sovereignty. The help that comes is not a minor assistance, but the full weight of creative power brought to bear on the situation. The one who fashioned the mountains to which the eyes are lifted is the same one who bends his ear to the human heart. The scale of it is staggering. The maker of all things is the helper of one. This is the assurance that God hears our cries and answers with his presence. His answer is not always a solution packaged to our specifications, but it is always the gift of himself. He answers the cry of loneliness with his companionship. He answers the cry of fear with his peace. He answers the cry of weakness with his strength. His presence is the definitive answer to every human need, for in his presence is the fullness of joy, the perfect love that casts out fear, and the infinite power that holds the universe. The soul that cried out in distress now rests in the answered prayer of his nearness, knowing that the same God who hears is the God who helps, and that his help is as sure as his existence. The cry has been met, not with silence, but with the most beautiful sound in all the world, the sound of his presence, a quiet, strong and loving answer in the dark. The soul, having known the profound comfort of being heard and upheld, now turns to a final dual promise for the night, a truth that provides not just solace, but a formidable, active power for rest. The words of the psalm arrive like the soft closing of a gate, securing the heart within a fortress of divine provision. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in Him, and He helps me. The declaration is both a confession and a weapon, a statement of fact that dismantles the last vestiges of anxiety. He is not merely a sympathetic listener or a gentle comforter. He is the source of raw, unassailable power and the impenetrable barrier against every assault of the night. This is the dual comfort of God's empowering strength. It is not a strength that He dispenses from a reserve, leaving you to wield it with your own faltering hands. It is His strength as your strength, a divine energy that infuses your weariness, a resurrection power that quickens your spirit. It is the same force that rolled back the stone from a tomb and called light out of darkness, now made available to you in the quiet of your room. This strength does not ask you to first become strong. It meets you in your admitted weakness and becomes your might. It is the power to rest deeply, to release fully, to trust completely, a supernatural enablement to do what your own exhausted will could never accomplish on its own. And He is your shield. This is the protective shielding as we rest. The shield does not merely deflect what is seen, it covers what is vulnerable. In the vulnerability of sleep, when consciousness recedes and defenses are lowered, the soul is most exposed to the whispers of fear, the echoes of pain, the subtle accusations of the enemy. But the shield of God is not lowered when your eyes close. It is raised higher, a barrier of faith and promise that stands between your resting soul and all that would seek to disturb its peace. The shield is His faithfulness, His covenant love, His unwavering character. You are hidden behind it, safe from the fiery darts of worry that so often fly in the midnight hour. Your heart trusts in Him. This trust is the bridge that connects you to this dual provision. It is the open hand that receives both the strength and the shield. It is not a blind leap, but a settled confidence built upon the rock of His proven character. The heart that has cried out and been answered, that has fallen and been upheld, now finds a deeper, quieter level of trust, a knowing that He is who He says He is, and that He will do what He has promised to do. This trust is the final surrender, the laying down of the soul's own feeble attempts at self-defense and self-empowerment. And He helps me. The culmination is simple, profound, and personal. The help is not generic. It is specific to this moment, to this need for rest. His help is the gentle pressure that closes your eyes, the steady rhythm that slows your breath, the quiet song that stills your mind. It is the strength to let go, and the shield that guarantees your safety once you have. In this holy exchange, your trust activates His help, and His help validates your trust. The heart, cradled in this dual promise, has nothing left to fear, nothing left to prove, nothing left to do. The Lord is your strength for the releasing and your shield in the released. And in that perfect, empowered peace, the soul finds its final, deep surrender into the rest that He alone can give. The soul, having journeyed through the assurances of strength and shielding, now arrives at a truth so profound it transcends every earthly comfort and redefines the very essence of satisfaction. The words of the psalm rise like a fragrant offering from the deepest well of spiritual understanding, a declaration that places a divine value on the love of God, setting it above all other treasures. Because your loving kindness is better than life, my lips will praise you. The statement is radical, a complete reorientation of desire. Life itself, with all its breadth and beauty, is not the ultimate good. Something exists that is of greater worth, a reality more precious than existence itself, the steadfast, covenantal love of God. This is the surpassing value of God's faithful love. It is not merely an attribute He possesses, it is the very currency of His kingdom, the environment in which the soul is designed to thrive. This love, this asced, is unwavering, loyal, and poured out not based on merit, but on the unchanging character of the giver. It is a love that pursued you before you took your first breath and will hold you after your last. It is a love that does not fluctuate with your faithfulness, but remains a constant, steady tide, washing over every failure and filling every lack. To know that this love is better than life is to understand that even if all other things were stripped away, this one reality would be enough. It is the pearl of great price, the treasure hidden in the field, for which a soul would gladly exchange everything else. The psalmist's response to this revelation is one of whole being engagement. So I will bless you as long as I live. I will lift up my hands in your name. The recognition of this supreme value ignites a perpetual fire of worship, a determination to orient an entire lifetime around the blessing of this great love. The lifting of hands is not a ritual, but a posture of total surrender and reception, a physical embodiment of a soul reaching up to touch the reality it adores. It is the natural, unforced reaction to being loved with a love that is better than breath itself. Then comes the imagery of ultimate satisfaction. My soul will be satisfied as with marrow and fatness. The metaphor speaks of the richest, most nourishing part of the feast, the deep sustenance that satisfies not just a surface hunger, but the core need of the body. This is the soul's satisfaction in Him. It is a fullness that goes beyond temporary contentment, a deep-seated satiation that leaves no room for the gnawing emptiness of the world's offerings. The soul, having tasted this divine richness, finds the pursuits of mere life, achievement, pleasure, acclaim, to be like stale bread in comparison. They may fill the stomach for a moment, but they cannot nourish the spirit for eternity. Only His loving kindness provides the marrow that strengthens the bones of the soul and the fatness that gladdens the heart. The final verses paint a picture of intimate communion that this satisfaction brings. When I remember you on my bed, I meditate on you in the night watches. For you have been my help, and in the shadow of your wings I sing for joy. The satisfaction is not a static state, but an active, joyful remembrance. In the quiet vulnerability of the night, the mind finds its highest pleasure not in solving problems, but in savoring a person. The memory of his past help becomes the fuel for present joy. The safety of his wings, once a place of mere shelter, now becomes a sanctuary of song. The soul, utterly satisfied and secure, does not just rest silently, it sings joyfully, its melody a love song echoed back to the source of all love. This is the rest that comes from finding the one thing needful, the treasure that makes all of life, and even the night itself, a canvas for the joy of being perfectly and eternally loved. The quiet of the night is not an emptiness, but a vessel brimming with an unseen presence, a silent testament to a love so vast it has filled every corner of the created world. The words of the psalm drift into this holy hush, a single, profound line that holds the weight of the universe within its simplicity. The earth is full of the steadfast love of the Lord. The declaration is not a poetic exaggeration, but a fundamental truth about the fabric of reality itself. From the distant, swirling galaxies to the intricate pattern of frost on the window pane, from the deep rumble of the ocean to the silent growth of a blade of grass, every atom, every breath, every moment is saturated with the unwavering, loyal love of God. It is the hidden music in the silence, the invisible ink in which all of creation is written. This love permeates creation, a constant, humming frequency underlying all that is. It is in the patient turning of the earth, bringing the gentle closure of night after the labors of day, a rhythm of rest written into the very DNA of the planet. It is in the protective darkness itself, which is not an absence of light but a gracious covering, a blanket drawn over a weary world to allow for renewal. The cool air that brushes the skin, the distant sound of a night creature calling to its own, the soft give of the pillow beneath the head, each is a whisper of this love, a personal, tactile expression of a care that is both infinitely grand and intimately detailed. The world is not a cold, mechanical place. It is a loved place, a cherished artwork infused at every point with the affection of its maker. Even the quiet of the night itself becomes a canvas for this love. In the absence of the day's distractions, the soul has space to perceive what is always true but often overlooked. The silence is not a void to be feared, but a sanctuary to be received, a gift from the same hand that poured out the stars. The very ability to rest, to release the burdens of consciousness and trust the body to the mystery of sleep, is an act of grace, a provision of this steadfast love. The darkness holds no terror because it, too, is full of Him. His love is the safety in the shadows, the peace in the silence, the promise in the unknown hours. It turns the watchful night from a time of potential anxiety into a prolonged experience of being encompassed by a faithful, watchful presence. This pervasive love is the ultimate promoter of peace. To truly believe that the earth is full of it is to have the foundation of fear pulled out from under every anxious thought. If His love fills everything, then there is nowhere to fall outside of it. No worry, no regret, no uncertainty exists in a space separate from this divine affection. It is the water in which the soul swims, the air it breathes. To receive this truth is to feel a profound settling, a deep cellular relaxation. The need to guard against the night, to maintain a vigilant watch over one's own well-being, melts away in the face of a love that is already doing the guarding, already holding all things together. The soul, understanding this, has no enemy to fight in the dark, only a love to receive. It can unclench its fists, release its breath, and sink into the undeniable, all-encompassing reality that it is surrounded, upheld, and cherished in every moment by a steadfast love that will not let the world or you go. The soul, having been saturated with the truth of a love that fills the earth, now settles into the posture that such a love demands. A posture not of frantic searching, but of patient, expectant waiting. The words of the psalm rise from this deep well of trust, a quiet anthem for the heart that has learned to be still. I wait for the Lord, my whole being waits, and in His word I put my hope. The waiting described is not a passive, empty idleness, but an active, full-bodied anticipation. It is the entire being, mind, will, and emotion, oriented toward a single point of expectation, a collective leaning into the promise that has been given. The hope is not placed in a vague possibility, but anchored in the solid rock of His word, the unfailing testimony of His character and His covenant. The comparison that follows is one of exquisite beauty and profound certainty. My soul waits for the Lord more than watchmen wait for the morning, more than watchmen wait for the morning. The image is drawn from the ancient walls of the city, where sentinels kept their vigil through the long, dark hours. Their waiting was not hopeless. It was charged with a sure and certain expectation. They knew with every fiber of their being that the darkness was temporary. They knew the sun's return was not a matter of if, but when. Their eyes strained against the blackness, not in fear of what it held, but in eager anticipation of the first faint blush of dawn that would break its hold. Their entire purpose was to watch for the coming light, and they waited for it with a patience born of absolute certainty. So it is with the soul that waits for the Lord. This is a wait full of hope, not because of the soul's own optimism, but because of the unwavering faithfulness of the one for whom it waits. The darkness of the present circumstance, the silence of the unanswered prayer, the long night of the soul's anguish, these are not permanent conditions. They are merely the watch before the morning. The soul knows this. It knows that the Lord's coming, His answer, His intervention, is as certain as the sunrise. The waiting, therefore, is not a tense anxiety, but a relaxed confidence. It is the difference between waiting for a train that may or may not arrive and waiting for the tide that is governed by the pull of the moon. One is subject to chance, the other to a law as fixed as the universe itself. This is a wait full of certainty. The watchmen did not hope the morning might come. They knew it would. In the same way, the soul that has learned the character of God through His Word and His past faithfulness waits with the same ironclad assurance. The outcome is guaranteed by the nature of the promise keeper. The deliverance may tarry, the dawn may seem long delayed, but the soul can rest in the knowledge that the timing is perfect and the fulfillment is sure. This certainty transforms the waiting from a season of lack into a season of preparation, a holy incubation where faith is strengthened and trust is refined. In the quiet of the night, this hopeful, certain waiting becomes the soul's deepest rest. There is no need to strive, to manipulate, or to force a dawn that is not yet due. The work is to keep watch, to fix the eyes of the heart on the eastern horizon of God's promise, and to know, with the same settled certainty as the watchmen on the walls, that the light is coming. The darkness is on borrowed time. The first rays of His faithfulness are already stirring just beyond the edge of sight. And so the soul waits, not with a sigh of resignation, but with a quiet breath of anticipation, its whole being hushed and attentive, poised on the brink of a glory that is as inevitable as the morning. In the shifting sands of human experience, where foundations tremble and certainties dissolve like mist, the soul longs for something, someone immovable. The words of the psalm rise from the depths of that longing, a declaration forged in the fires of testing and cooled in the waters of grace. The Lord is my rock. The metaphor lands not as a distant geological reference, but as a visceral, personal truth. A rock is not swayed by the storm. It does not crumble under pressure. It offers a firm place to stand when everything else is giving way. This is the God who invites the weary to lean their full weight upon Him, to find in His unchanging nature a stability that the world cannot provide and cannot take away. This is the unmovable, solid foundation upon which to lay one's head and heart. The head, so often filled with whirling thoughts and racing anxieties, finds a resting place that does not spin with the chaos of the day. It is a pillow of promise, a place where the mind can finally cease its calculations and its vigil, knowing it is supported by a truth that does not shift with the tides of emotion or circumstance. The heart, that tender center of hopes and fears, of affections and wounds, finds a surface strong enough to hold its most fragile parts. It is a foundation that does not crack under the weight of disappointment or fracture under the blow of grief. On this rock, the heart can be fully known and fully safe, its vulnerabilities guarded by a strength that is both fierce and gentle. To lay one's head upon this rock is to surrender the need to understand, to control, or to fix. It is to acknowledge that the soul's true rest is found not in having all the answers, but in being held by the one who does. The hard questions of the day, the unresolved tensions, the mysteries that defy solution. They are not dismissed, but they are entrusted. They are placed upon the solidity of his character, with the faith that what cannot be borne by human understanding can be sustained by divine wisdom. The rock does not provide explanations, it provides refuge. And in that refuge, the need for explanation often quietly dissolves in the greater reality of his presence. To lay one's heart upon this rock is to bring every emotion, the sharp sting of hurt, the dull ache of loneliness, the frantic pulse of fear, into a place of ultimate security. The rock does not reflect back the heart's turmoil, it absorbs it. It receives the heat of anger and returns the coolness of peace. It receives the tremors of anxiety and returns the steady rhythm of grace. The heart is not asked to first become calm before it approaches. It is invited to come in its raw, unvarnished state, to beat against the unyielding surface of his love until its own frantic rhythm slows to match his eternal, unhurried cadence. This rock has been tested by centuries of storms. It has been the refuge of prophets and kings, of martyrs and mothers, of every soul that has ever cried out for something solid in the midst of life's quaking. It has not moved. It will not move. The same rock that provided shadow for a weary Moses in the desert and stability for a trembling David in the cave is your rock tonight. Its strength is not diminished by time or by the number of souls who lean upon it. Its capacity to hold you is infinite. Its patience with your weariness is everlasting. Its commitment to be your foundation is unwavering. So let your head find its rest here. Let your heart settle here. Release the tension of holding yourself up and feel the profound relief of being supported by the Rock of Ages, the one sure thing in a world of change. In his unshakable strength, you are finally, fully, free to rest. From the stillness of the soul anchored upon the rock, a new and tender truth emerges, one that speaks not of strength or protection, but of an intimacy so profound it hushes the spirit into wordless awe. The words drift from the prophet's heart into the waiting silence, a promise that feels less like a declaration and more like a lullaby composed in the very heart of God. The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. In his love he will no longer rebuke you, but will rejoice over you with singing. The imagery is almost too beautiful to hold. The mighty warrior, whose power carved the canyons and whose voice commands the stars, now bending his infinite strength toward a single stunning act, rejoicing over you with singing. This is the picture of God rejoicing over the listener. It is not a quiet, polite appreciation, but a jubilant, uncontainable delight. He takes great delight in you. The words sink deep, challenging every hidden belief in being overlooked, inadequate, or a disappointment. His delight is not earned by your performance or your purity. It is the natural overflow of his nature as a loving father beholding his child. He looks upon you in all your complexity and fragility, and his heart swells with a joy that must find expression. And its expression is not in thunder or in lightning, but in song. A melody woven from the fabric of his own being, a love song meant for your ears alone, its notes tuned to the frequency of your deepest need for belonging. In his love he will quiet you. This is the divine response to the soul's restlessness, its churning anxieties, its endless internal dialogue. The world offers strategies for quiet, distraction, numbing, control, but they are like whispering over a storm. His method is different. He does not shout for silence. He sings over the noise. His love, made audible in this personal, celestial melody, does not compete with your fears but displaces them. It enters the chaos not as another sound, but as a deeper, more compelling harmony that gradually draws all other frequencies into its tranquil rhythm. The worries that shouted for attention begin to seem small and distant against the overwhelming beauty of this song. The heart, captivated, has no choice but to grow still and listen. This quieting is not a forceful suppression, but a gentle overwhelming. It is the soul being so saturated with the reality of being delighted in that it simply forgets to be anxious. It is the feeling of a child, restless and fitful, being gathered into a parent's arms and rocked to the rhythm of a whispered song. The struggle ceases not because the child wills it, but because a greater comfort has arrived. His love is the arms that hold you. His song is the rhythm that rocks you. There is no more need for the exhausting work of self-soothing or the vigilant guarding of your own peace. You are being quieted from the outside and by a love that is both mighty enough to save and tender enough to sing you to sleep. So let the truth of it wash over you. Imagine that melody now, not with your earthly ears, but with the ears of your spirit. What does the song of divine delight sound like? Perhaps it is the sound of 1,000 gentle waters, or the hum of the spheres, or a simple, repeating refrain of your name spoken in perfect love. However it sounds, it is a sound that carries the weight of glory and the gentleness of a breath. It is the sound that was sung at the foundation of the world and is now being sung over you in this very moment. His rejoicing is your sanctuary. His song is your peace. In the hushed aftermath of such a love, the soul finds a quiet so deep it is itself a form of worship, a silent, joyful echo back to the heart of the singer. The relentless march of minutes and hours, the silent tyranny of the clock, the weight of schedules unmet and moments lost, all of it finds its final surrender in the hushed truth now spoken into the waiting night. The words of the psalm rise, not as a resignation to fate, but as a conscious, trusting release into a sovereignty that is both wise and kind. But I trust in you, Lord. I say, you are my God. My times are in your hand. The declaration is a profound act of faith, a transfer of ownership from the anxious grip of the soul to the capable, eternal grasp of God. It is the acknowledgement that time itself, with all its pressures and its passing, is not a wild force to be managed, but a gift to be received from the one who holds eternity. This is the surrender of control over time, schedules, and the night's hours. The mind, so often a frantic scheduler, a keeper of lists, a worrier over wasted moments, now lays down its weary vigil. The mental calendar, with its bolded deadlines and its ghostly reminders of tasks undone, softens and blurs, its ink running in the gentle rain of grace. The night watch, those hours that can feel so long and empty in the grip of insomnia, are removed from the category of time to be endured and placed into the category of time held by God. They are no longer a personal possession to be spent wisely or wasted poorly. They are a portion given, a segment of life entrusted to His keeping. The anxiety of not having enough time or of using it wrongly loses its power when time itself is understood to be in His hand. The soul breathes a sigh of relief that seems to come from the very depths of creation. The need to control the clock, to wrestle the day into submission, to fret over the productivity of the night, it is a burden too heavy for human shoulders to bear. But here, in this sacred surrender, the weight is lifted. The hands of the clock are no longer taskmasters. They are simply the gentle turning of a world held securely in a greater hand. The schedule is not a chain, but a loose framework over which a loving providence presides. The night's journey, whether into deep sleep or quiet wakefulness, is not a path to be walked alone, but a passage guided by the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. This is the trust that places one's times into God's capable hands. They are capable because they are the hands that shape the sun and moon to mark the seasons, the hands that number our days before one of them comes to be. They are not clumsy or inattentive. They are skilled, purposeful, and infinitely gentle. To trust our times to these hands is to believe that every second, the joyful and the sorrowful, the productive and the still, is purposefully allowed and meaningfully woven into the tapestry of a good plan. The long, quiet hour of the night is as much under His sovereign care as the most bustling moment of the day. It is not empty time. It is God-held time, and therefore it is full of potential for His purpose and His peace. The soul settles into this truth, feeling the frantic energy of time management drain away, replaced by deep, rhythmic calm. The night is not slipping away, it is being held. The future is not a frightening unknown. It is a known quantity in the mind of God. The past, with its regrets over misspent time, is forgiven and released. There is only this present moment, and this moment is securely cradled in the palm of His hand. There is no need to clutch it or fear its passing. It is a gift, and the giver is trustworthy. In the quiet assurance of this surrender, the soul finds a rest that transcends the clock, a peace that exists in the eternal now of God's presence. The times are in His hand, and in that hand they are safe, they are meaningful, and they are entirely at peace. The soul, having released its grip on the relentless river of time, now turns its gaze to the quality of the water itself, the very current of divine affection that carries all things. The words of the psalm rise like a mist from the depths of this river, a whispered awe that names the unnameable value of God's own heart. How precious is your steadfast love, O God! The exclamation is not a question, but a breathless realization, a dawning understanding that the most valuable commodity in all the universe is not gold or time or power, but the unwavering, loyal, covenantal love of God. This love is the ultimate currency, the hidden treasure, the pearl of great price, beside which all other pursuits fade into insignificance. The imagery that follows paints a picture of the soul's response to this priceless love. The children of mankind take refuge in the shadow of your wings. The pricelessness of His love is not meant to be merely admired from a distance, but to be used as the soul's ultimate sanctuary. To take refuge is to run into, to hide within, to make oneself small and safe within the boundaries of a greater protection. The shadow of His wings is not a place of obscurity, but of intimate proximity, a place so close to His heart that the outside world loses its power to threaten or demand. This is the act of taking refuge, a conscious flight from the storms of fear and the scorching heat of anxiety into the cool, protective shadow of a love that will not fail. The psalmist continues, unveiling the abundance that flows from this divine affection. They feast on the abundance of your house, and you give them drink from the river of your delights. The refuge is not a barren shelter, it is a place of lavish provision. The soul does not merely hide from harm, it feasts on goodness. The house of God is not a sparse waiting room, but a banqueting hall, its tables groaning under the weight of every spiritual blessing, forgiveness, peace, joy, acceptance. And the drink offered is not a meager sip of water, but a deep, satisfying draught from the river of His delights. This is no ordinary stream. It is the flowing essence of God's own joy, His pleasure, His goodness, a current of liquid delight that saturates the spirit and quenches every thirst the world could never satisfy. This is the meditation on taking refuge in the shadow of God's wings and drinking from the river of His delights. It is an invitation to move the truth from the mind into the imagination, to make it tangible. Feel the softness of those sheltering wings, the gentle darkness that is not absence but presence, the profound safety of being hidden in the one place where no accusation can land and no fear can penetrate. Then, approach the river. See its clear, sparkling water, flowing from the very throne of God, carrying within it the joy of creation, the peace of redemption, the delight of the Father in His Son. This river is not for cautious sipping, it is for immersive drinking, for leaning down and plunging the face of the Spirit into its refreshing depths, drinking until the soul is drunk on the pure pleasure of God. The preciousness of His steadfast love is found in this dual reality. It is both a refuge and a feast, a hiding place and a river of delight. It protects without imprisoning and satisfies without cloying. It is the one thing needful, the answer to every fear and the fulfillment of every desire. In the quiet of the night, this love is not a theory but an atmosphere, a reality that surrounds the soul more surely than the air in the room. To understand its preciousness is to let go of every other source of security and satisfaction, to see them as the counterfeits they are. The soul, having found this treasure, needs nothing else. It is safe. It is full. It is home. In the shadow of his wings, by the river of his delights, the heart has found its eternal rest, and the word precious becomes the only fit description for a love that is more valuable than life itself. The quiet of the night expands, becoming a vast cathedral where the soul can finally apprehend a truth as wide as the star-dusted sky and as intimate as a heartbeat. The words of the psalm rise into this sacred space, not as a new revelation, but as the ultimate conclusion to every whispered promise that has come before. The Lord is good to all. He has compassion on all he has made. The declaration is universal, an eternal truth that cradles the entire cosmos in its embrace. This is not a goodness reserved for the righteous or the fortunate, but a fundamental quality of the Creator, a benevolent current that flows through every molecule of existence, from the mightiest galaxy to the most fragile human soul seeking rest in the dark. His goodness is the bedrock upon which the world spins, the unwavering constant in a universe of variables. It is the reason the sun knows to rise and the tides know to retreat, the hidden harmony in the change of seasons and the steady rhythm of breath in the sleeping chest. This goodness is not merely an absence of malice, but an active, creative force for wholeness and flourishing. It is the compassion that upholds the fallen sparrow and numbers the hairs on the head of the anxious insomniac. It is the patient love that seeks the lost, heals the broken, and welcomes the weary. In the silent witness of the night, this universal goodness becomes almost audible, a deep, humming frequency of grace that undergirds the stillness, a reminder that no one and nothing exists outside the sphere of his compassionate care. The Lord is faithful to all his promises and loving toward all he has made. The faithfulness of God is the steel thread woven through the tapestry of time, the unbreakable guarantee that his good character will express itself in good actions. Every promise whispered through the ages, of presence, of peace, of ultimate restoration, is secured not by human merit, but by his own unwavering integrity. What he has said, he will do. His love is not a fickle emotion, but a steadfast orientation of his will toward the good of his creation. It is a love that does not wax and wane with the recipient's behavior, but flows from the endless reservoir of his own nature, a loving toward all that he has made. The Lord is righteous in all his ways and faithful in all he does. The Lord is near to all who call on him, to all who call on him in truth. His righteousness is the perfect alignment of his actions with his good character, ensuring that every path he leads us on, even through the valley of shadows, is ultimately for our good and His glory. There is no darkness in Him, no hidden agenda, no capriciousness. This righteous faithfulness makes Him utterly reliable, a sure foundation in a world of shifting sands. And this dependable God is not distant. His righteousness and faithfulness are matched by His profound nearness. He inclines His ear to the honest cry, to the call that comes from a place of truth, not pretense. In the vulnerability of the night, when masks fall away and the soul is most authentic, His nearness is most palpable. This is the reason for the entire world to rest. If the Lord is good to all, then no one is excluded from the invitation to cease striving. If He is compassionate to all He has made, then every creature, every person is the object of His tender care. If He is faithful and righteous in all His ways, then every worry about the future, every regret from the past, can be surrendered into His capable hands. His universal goodness is the ultimate answer to the fear that we are alone, that our struggles are unseen, or that the universe is indifferent. The night itself becomes a blanket woven from the threads of this goodness, a global lullaby sung by a faithful Creator. The soul, understanding this, does not rest in a bubble of personal blessing, but as part of a loved creation, a single note in a symphony of rest that includes the sparrow and the star, all held, all compassioned, all invited to be still and know that He is God and that He is good. The final ascent of the Spirit begins not with a step, but with a gaze, a slow, deliberate lifting of the inner eye toward the ancient, silent sentinels that have stood watch over the ages. I lift up my eyes to the hills. The phrases breathed into the stillness, not as a question of desperation, but as a ritual of remembrance, a holy habit of a heart that has learned where its true help resides. The hills themselves are not the source. They are merely the signposts, the timeless reminders pointing beyond their own weathered slopes to the one who called them into being from the void. In the deep hush of the night, this act of looking up becomes the soul's last, best prayer before surrendering completely to rest, a conscious turning from the flat, weary landscape of its own limitations to the majestic, enduring strength of its Creator. The question follows, softer than a sigh, almost whispered into the fabric of the silence. Where does my help come from? It is the fundamental inquiry of every human heart, the core uncertainty that underpins all fear and all striving. But here, in this sacred space, it is not asked from a place of panic, but from a posture of settled trust. It is the soul checking its bearings one final time, ensuring its anchor is not lodged in the shifting sand of circumstance, but hooked fast to the bedrock of eternity. The question hangs in the air, not as a cry of doubt, but as an invitation for the truth to descend once more and blanket the spirit in its sure and certain answer. And the answer comes, not as a shout of triumph, but as the gentlest of affirmations, a truth so solid it needs no volume to be believed. My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. The words are spoken slowly, each one given its full weight, allowed to sink down through the layers of consciousness until they touch the very foundation of the soul, the maker of heaven and earth. This is the source, not personal ingenuity, not favorable winds, not the approval of others, but the same boundless power that painted the Milky Way across the velvet blackness outside the window, that set the planets in their dance, that designed the miracle of a single sleeping breath. The help that is offered is not a minor assistance, but the full creative force of God Himself, applied with intimate precision to the needs of one weary heart. This is the quiet, unwavering focus on the question and the answer. The soul does not rush past it. It lingers here, at the foot of the hills and at the throne of grace, turning the truth over and over like a smooth, precious stone in the hand. Where does my help come from? From the Lord. From where? From the Maker of heaven and earth. The repetition is not empty. It is medicinal, a slow infusion of certainty that drives out the last remnants of anxiety. Every worry, every lingering fear about the night or the morning to come is measured against this truth and found wanting. The one who holds the universe in orbit holds this moment. The one who commands the dawn is watching over this room. The one who is the source of all help is the help itself. The certainty settles like a soft, weighted cloak, a peace that is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of a person. The help that comes from the Lord is not always the removal of the need, but the gift of His companionship within it. It is the strength to face the night, the courage to release control, the faith to believe that the same hands that fashioned the hills are more than capable of holding a trembling heart. The soul, having lifted its eyes and received its answer, has nothing more to do. The striving is finished. The vigil can end. The help has already arrived, not in the form of a changed circumstance, but in the unchanging character of God. And in that profound, unshakable knowing, the eyes of the Spirit can close, the body can yield, and the entire being can sink into the rest that comes from being utterly, completely, and eternally helped. The soul, having journeyed through the night's assurances, now arrives at a truth so tender, it feels like a secret whisper just for you, a divine disclosure that unravels the final knot of human striving. The words of the psalm drift into the stillness, not as a command, but as a gentle unveiling of grace. He gives to His beloved sleep. The phrase hangs in the quiet air, a revelation that transforms sleep from a biological necessity into a sacred gift, a personal offering from the heart of God to the heart of His beloved. This is not a reward to be earned by a day well lived or a mind well ordered. It is a provision to be received by a heart that simply knows it is loved. The world operates on an economy of effort, where rest is often viewed as the prize for exhaustion, a ceasefire negotiated by utter fatigue. But here, in the economy of grace, sleep is framed as a gift, a loving provision from God. It is bestowed not because you have finished everything, but because you are finished trying to be everything. It is not the cessation lungs now gives you the permission, the divine invitation, to surrender that breath to the unconscious rhythm of His peace. He gives it freely, generously, as a parent tucks a weary child into bed, not because the child has earned the right to rest, but simply because the child is loved. This gift is not something to be earned by striving. The anxious mind, so accustomed to productivity as the measure of worth, must lay down this final weapon. There is no checklist to complete, no mental hurdle to clear, no state of perfect calm to achieve before this gift is granted. It is already here, extended in the open hand of a loving Father. The tossing and turning, the relentless replaying of the day's events, the pressure to make yourself sleep. These are the dying echoes of a striving that has no place in this sanctuary of grace. His beloved are not those who have perfected the art of rest, but those who have accepted their own weariness and His perfect provision for it. To receive this gift is to finally stop trying to manufacture your own peace and to instead receive the peace that He Himself gives. Imagine it now. Sleep descending not as a thief stealing consciousness, but as a gentle friend sent from God, a blanket of His own peace woven with threads of grace and stitched with promises. It is His kind answer to the body's fatigue and the soul's overwhelm. He gives it because He knows you need it. He gives it because He designed you for it. He gives it as a tangible expression of His care, a daily reminder that you are not the sustainer of your own life. He is. In the vulnerable state of sleep, you are utterly dependent, and this gift is His promise that your dependence is safe with Him. He will guard what you entrust to the night. He will maintain the world while you are unaware. He will keep your heart beating and your lungs filling, all as part of the gift. So release the need to strive for this rest. Unclench the hands that have been trying to grasp it. The work is done, not by you, but by Him. Your part is simply to believe that you are His beloved, and that to His beloved He gives sleep. Feel the truth of it softening the muscles around your eyes, easing the tension in your jaw, slowing the pulse of thought to a gentle rhythmic ebb. He is not waiting for you to become worthy of rest. He is actively bestowing it upon you because you are His. Let the gift be received. Let the body, no longer fighting against itself, yield to the gentle pressure of this divine lullaby. He gives to His beloved sleep. And in this moment, in this quiet, you are profoundly, completely, and unconditionally beloved. In the deepest quiet of the soul, where all other supports have been stripped away and every earthly comfort has revealed its fleeting nature, a single ultimate truth remains, shining with the clarity of a lone star in a vast night sky. Whom have I in heaven but you? And earth has nothing I desire besides you. The words are not a lament of loss, but a declaration of discovery, a soul's final, joyous realization that it has found the one thing that cannot be taken, the one treasure that satisfies beyond all others. This is the sufficiency of God Himself, a reality so complete it renders every other source of security or satisfaction a shadow by comparison. He is not merely a provider of good things. He is the ultimate good, the portion and prize of the heart. The confession continues, grounding this celestial truth in the raw honesty of human experience. My flesh and my heart may fail. The admission is stark, a clear-eyed acknowledgement of mortal fragility. The flesh, with its wearying limitations and its eventual decline. The heart, with its capacity for breaking, its susceptibility to fear, its tendency to place its hope in things that cannot bear the weight. This failure is not a possibility, it is a certainty. Strength will wane, health will falter, emotions will fluctuate, and human love, however beautiful, will sometimes fall short. In the silent vulnerability of the night, these truths can feel overwhelmingly close, the very weakness of the vessel threatening to eclipse the worth of its contents. But the psalmist does not stop at the failure. The declaration pivots on a single, powerful conjunction that changes everything. But God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever. The failure of flesh and heart is not the end of the story. It is the backdrop against which the strength of God shines with brilliant, undimming light. He does not merely offer strength, He is the strength of the heart. When your own emotional reserves are bankrupt, when your physical energy is spent, His power becomes the beating core of your being, a divine vitality that sustains you from the inside out. Your weakness does not repel Him. It invites the full manifestation of His strength. And He is your portion. The word evokes the image of an inheritance, a allotted share that is both a present possession and an eternal guarantee. While other portions, health, wealth, success, human relationships, can be diminished, lost, or outgrown, God as your portion is an inexhaustible, permanent inheritance. He is enough. When the heart feels weak, He is its strength. When it feels empty, He is its fullness. When it feels alone, He is its companion. There is no condition of the soul, no depth of weariness or failure that places you outside the boundaries of this portion. It is yours not because of your ability to hold on to it, but because of His faithfulness to hold on to you. This is the profound rest that comes from finding God Himself to be sufficient. The anxiety that stems from lack, the fear of not having enough, being enough, or doing enough, quietly dissolves in the face of this all-satisfying portion. The need to strive for validation or security loses its urgency. If God is your portion, then you already possess everything you will ever truly need. The soul, grasping this, can finally release its frantic grip on the temporary and sink into the eternal. The flesh may fail, the heart may grow faint, but these are only the outer edges of the being. At the center, where the spirit meets its maker, there is a strength that does not fail, a portion that does not fade, a God who is more than enough for all the weaknesses of the night and all the uncertainties of the dawn. In this truth, the heart finds its deepest, most unshakable rest. In the profound hush where consciousness begins to fray at the edges, where the mind's sharp outlines soften and blur into the approaching tide of sleep, a final, gentle truth emerges, not as a command, but as a quiet assurance. The words of the psalm drift into this liminal space, a whisper that seems to kindle a soft, golden light in the gathering dark. Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. The imagery is intimate, personal, a promise not of a blazing sun to illuminate the entire horizon, but of a small, handheld flame that casts just enough light for the very next step. This is the gentle, low light in the darkness, a glow that does not dazzle or demand, but simply and faithfully shows the way forward, one trusting footfall at a time. This light is not the harsh glare of interrogation, exposing every flaw and uncertainty. It is the soft radiance of a promise kept, the warm gleam of a love that has proven itself true time and again. It is the light of His Word, not merely the ink on a page, but the living, breathing expression of His character, His faithfulness, His unwavering commitment to His children. In the darkness of the unknown, of the unanswerable question and the unresolved worry, this light does not reveal the entire journey, but it makes the immediate next step clear and safe. It is a light that respects the night, that works with the shadows rather than banishing them, creating a circle of peace in the immediate vicinity of the soul. God's promises can be this gentle, low light. They are not searchlights demanding immediate action or full understanding. They do not shout, they hum. They are like the soft, ambient glow from a child's nightlight, not powerful enough to read by, but more than enough to banish the monsters and remind the heart that it is not alone. The promise of His presence, the promise of His strength and weakness, the promise of a grace that is sufficient. These are not instructions to be frantically obeyed, but truths to be leaned upon, to be used as a handrail in the dark. They ask for nothing but trust, for the willingness to believe that the next step, however uncertain it feels, is illuminated by a goodness that would never lead you astray. This is the light guiding us to peace, not demanding action. The soul, so often conditioned to believe it must do something to earn its rest, finds here a profound liberation. The lamp does not require you to build the road or chart the course. It only asks that you walk the path that is already prepared, that you follow the light that is already given. There is no striving here, no desperate grasping for clarity. The work is not to manufacture the light, but simply to keep your eyes upon it, to allow its gentle beam to push back the pressing shadows of fear and what-ifs. The light itself does the work of guidance, and your only task is to be guided, to surrender to its gentle leading. The light leads not to a destination of frantic activity, but to a deep and settled peace. It does not point toward a problem to be solved, but toward a person to be trusted. The circle of illumination it creates is a sanctuary, a mobile place of safety that moves with you through the night. In this soft glow, the need to have all the answers, to control the outcomes, to secure watching the gentle play of this divine light upon the path immediately before it, finds that its steps have slowed, its breathing has deepened, and its heart has settled into a rhythm of trust. The lamp is lit, the way is shown. There is nothing more to do but rest in the journey, held secure in the gentle, unwavering light of His Word. The soul, having been led through the quiet waters of grace and shielded by the light of promise, now turns inward to its most sacred and vulnerable chamber, the heart itself. In the hushed intimacy of this moment, a prayer rises, not from a place of shame, but from a deep longing for wholeness, a desire to be fully aligned with the peace that surrounds it. The words of the psalm are breathed into the stillness, a raw and honest petition that has echoed through the ages from every spirit that has ever yearned for renewal. Create in me a clean heart, O God. The request is audacious in its scope, asking not for a surface cleaning, but for a divine recreation, a fundamental renewal of the innermost self by the only one capable of such a transformation. This is the reception of God's renewal. It is not a self-improvement project or a moral striving. It is a humble reception of a gift only the Creator can give. The heart, in its natural state, is a tangled garden of mixed motives, old wounds, and stubborn weeds of self. It can be weary from its own conflicts, heavy with regrets it cannot undo, and clouded by thoughts that disrupt peace. But here, in the quiet vulnerability of the night, it opens itself to the ultimate craftsman, inviting him to do what it cannot do for itself, to make it new. To create a clean heart is to receive a fresh capacity for love, a purified wellspring of thought, a center of being that is unburdened and transparent before God. This is the deepest form of rest, a heart at peace with itself because it has been made right at its very core. The prayer continues, seeking not just purity, but stability, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. A steadfast spirit is one that is not tossed by every wind of circumstance or emotion, one that remains anchored in the truth of who God is, regardless of the storm. It is a spirit of constancy, of unwavering trust, an inner fortitude that can only be implanted by the divine. The weariness of the day often stems from a spirit that has been anything but steadfast, buffeted by anxieties, diluted by distractions, and weakened by worries. This renewal is an infusion of divine resilience, a strengthening of the inner person that allows it to stand firm in the peace that has been offered, to remain at rest even when the world is not. The request culminates in a desire for restored joy and a willing spirit. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and grant me a willing spirit to sustain me. The joy of salvation is the sheer, unadulterated delight of being loved, forgiven, and held by God. It is a joy that is not dependent on external happiness, but flows from the internal reality of grace. In the grind of daily life, this joy can become faded, a distant memory rather than a present experience. Its restoration is like the sun breaking through clouds, warming the soul from the inside out. And a willing spirit is one that joyfully submits to God's lead, that finds its deepest desire aligned with His will. It is the opposite of a grudging, resistant heart. It is a spirit that says yes to peace, yes to rest, yes to His good and gentle guidance. Finally, the psalmist acknowledges the only true offering such a renewed heart can bring. My sacrifice, O God, is a broken spirit. A broken and contrite heart you, God, will not despise. This is the final preparation for restful sleep, the laying down of pride, of self-sufficiency, of the pretense of having it all together. It is the honest admission of need, the vulnerable offering of a heart that knows it is dependent on grace for its very next breath. A broken and contrite heart is not a heart that is destroyed, but one that is open to receive His cleansing, His renewal, His steadfast spirit, His joy. It is a heart that has stopped trying to justify itself and has instead thrown itself entirely on His mercy. In this state of receptive vulnerability, the soul is perfectly prepared for rest. The internal noise of self-recrimination and striving ceases. The heart, having been cleansed, renewed, and offered back to God, has no more battles to fight tonight. It is held, it is loved, it is at peace. The body, following the lead of a spirit that has been made steadfast and willing, can finally release its tension. The mind, quieted by the joy of salvation, can let go of its need to replay the day. Sleep becomes the natural, trusting response of a creature that has been met in its deepest need by its Creator. The prayer has been prayed, and the answer is already unfolding in the deep, healing quiet of the night. A clean heart has been created, a steadfast spirit renewed, and in that sacred exchange, perfect rest is found. The night holds a special kind of silence for the places within that feel fractured, a holy quiet where the heart's deepest fractures are not ignored, but met with a presence closer than breath itself. The familiar words return, not as a distant comfort, but as a truth to be felt in the very marrow of the soul. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted. The promise is not a general benevolence cast over humanity, but a specific, gravitational pull of divine compassion toward the precise epicenter of human pain. It is in the shattered places, the raw and tender wounds that throb in the stillness, that His proximity is most acutely, most intimately felt. He does not stand at a safe distance, offering sympathetic words. He draws near, His presence itself the balm, His nearness the answer to the ache of isolation that so often accompanies deep hurt. This is God's special proximity to those who are hurting. It is a divine inclination, a bending down of heaven to touch the very dust of our despair. The brokenhearted are not those who have merely had a bad day, but those whose world has cracked, whose hopes have crumbled, whose inner foundations have been shaken by loss, betrayal, or grief. In the economy of heaven, these are not the forgotten ones. They are the ones upon whom His gaze rests most tenderly, to whom His steps quicken. His nearness is not a reward for strength, but a gift for acknowledged weakness. It is in the honest admission of being broken that the soul makes room for this unique, comforting closeness. He is near, not to scold or to fix from a distance, but to sit in the ashes with us, to be the companion in the pain. His silence a deeper solace than any words could provide. The saving of those who are crushed in spirit is the active expression of this nearness. To be crushed is to feel the weight of the world, of circumstance, of failure, pressing down with a force that threatens to extinguish all light. It is a spirit made small, its resilience gone, its hope flattened. And into that very pressure, he moves. His nearness is not passive, it is a saving, lifting, upholding presence. He does not always immediately remove the weight, the circumstance of loss, the reality of the hurt, but he inserts himself beneath it, bearing the bulk of the burden so that the crushing force is transferred from the fragile spirit to his infinite strength. He saves by sharing the load, by being the solid ground beneath the one who feels they are sinking. This nearness offers a comfort that is not a platitude, but a participation. It is the comfort of being understood without having to explain, of being held without having to ask, of being loved in the exact shape of your brokenness. The shadows in the room are not empty, they are full of this attentive, compassionate presence. The silence is not an absence of sound, but a presence of peace. The tears that fall are not lost, they are collected in the bottle of his remembrance. Every sigh is heard, every tremor is felt, every silent scream of the heart is met with a gentle, unwavering assurance that you are not alone in the dark. He is near, he is here, and his nearness is the beginning of the mending, the first gentle pressure that starts to knit the shattered pieces back together with threads of grace. So if your heart carries a break tonight, a fresh crack or an old wound that never quite healed, do not hide it. Do not try to cover it with a facade of strength. Bring it into this quiet light. Name its pain in the safety of his presence, and then feel it. Feel not only the ache of the break, but the closer, stronger reality of his nearness. Imagine it as a warmth surrounding the fractured place, a gentle hand cupping the broken pieces, not to hide them, but to hold them secure. His proximity is your sanctuary. His compassion is your covering. The same God who measures the universe with the span of his hand is bending his ear to the whisper of your pain. You are not too broken for his nearness. You are, in fact, precisely broken enough to experience it in its fullest, most comforting depth. The Lord is near. Let that truth be the blanket that covers you, the quiet song that sings you into a rest that is held, even in its hurting, by a love that will not let you go. The darkness of the room seemed to deepen, not with emptiness, but with a presence that pressed close, a tangible weight of compassion that filled the space around the weary form on the bed. It was a silence that listened, a stillness that held, a quiet so profound it could only be the atmosphere of divine nearness. The words, spoken so many times before, now landed with a new and piercing intimacy. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted. This was no longer a verse to be recited, but a reality to be felt in the very fissures of the soul, in the places where the day's disappointments had landed like blows, where ancient griefs had left their permanent aching hollows. He was not a distant observer of this pain, but a proximate comforter, his presence magnetically drawn to the epicenter of every fracture, every silent shadow within the human spirit. This was God's special proximity to those who were hurting, a gravitational pull of grace toward the raw and the real. The heart that felt crushed by failure, worn thin by worry, or aching with a loneliness that words could not capture, this was the heart that received his most focused attention. His nearness was not a theory for the theological elite. It was a refuge for the honestly devastated, a shelter for those who had run out of their own strength. In the economy of heaven, brokenness was not a disqualification from comfort. It was the very qualification for it. He did not require a composed face or a neatly packaged prayer. He drew near to the ragged breath, the silent tear, the unspoken groan that was too heavy for language. His companionship was offered not as a solution to the pain, but as a solidarity within it, a promise that the bearer of sorrow would not have to bear it alone. And this nearness was an active, saving grace. He saves those who are crushed in spirit. The saving was not always the dramatic removal of the crushing weight, but the miraculous insertion of his own strength beneath it. The spirit that felt flattened by circumstance, made small by fear, its resilience utterly spent, was not abandoned to its fate. Instead, he entered the pressure, becoming the foundational support that could bear the load the human heart could not. He saved by sharing the burden, by taking the weight of the world's anguish onto his own eternal shoulders, allowing the crushed spirit to find breath again, to find space to exist within the pain rather than be extinguished by it. This was the comfort he offered, not a shallow reassurance that everything was fine, but a deep, participating presence that transformed the nature of the suffering itself. In the quiet, this comfort became a palpable thing. It was the sense of a hand resting on a trembling shoulder, a warmth encircling a cold fear, a peace that seeped into the cracks of a fractured heart like golden light into broken pottery. The shadows in the room were no longer voids of uncertainty, but were filled with this attentive, loving watchfulness. Every ragged edge of emotion, every pulse of remembered hurt, was met not with judgment or impatience, but with an understanding so complete it felt like being known for the first time. The tears that escaped were not lost in the darkness. They were caught, counted, and cherished. The silence was not empty. It was thick with the unspoken dialogue of a love that needed no words. He was near. He was here. And in that undeniable proximity, the very definition of brokenness began to change. It was no longer a state of ruin, but a place of meeting, a sacred ground where the human heart and the divine heart could touch across the unimaginable distance, held together by the bridge of his perfect saving nearness. As the soul, comforted by an undeniable nearness, began its final surrender toward sleep, the boundaries between waking thought and dreaming meditation grew soft and permeable. In this liminal space, where the mind's guard was lowered and the heart's deepest inclinations could rise unfiltered, a prayer formed, not for the day that was past, but for the night that was now unfolding. The ancient words surfaced from the depths of the spirit, a petition for purity in the unseen places. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be pleasing in your sight, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. The prayer was breathed into the twilight of consciousness, a final act of offering before the self was relinquished to the mystery of sleep. This was a turning of the psalm into a prayer for the meditations of the heart during sleep. The words of the mouth were now stilled, the day's conversations, both spoken and unspoken, were finished. But the meditations of the heart, the silent, ceaseless flow of thought, memory, and emotion, will continue their hidden work in the theater of dreams and subconscious rest. This prayer was a conscious consecration of that hidden world, an invitation for God's presence to permeate the very wellspring of thought, to guard the gates of the mind as it journeyed into the vulnerable, unguarded realm of sleep. It was an asking that the soul's nightly wanderings, its processing of joys and fears, its silent dialogues and imagined scenarios, would be shaped by grace and held within the circle of His pleasure. The desire was for these hidden meditations to be pleasing and acceptable to God. It was a yearning for alignment, for the inner world to reflect the peace and purity of the outer sanctuary He had provided. Even in rest, the soul wished to honor Him, not through striving, but through a surrendered trust that allowed His Spirit to sanctify its rest. The anxieties that replayed like broken records, the regrets that gnawed the stomach, the fears that projected grim futures, these were the meditations that felt anything but pleasing. This prayer was the active release of those patterns, the handing over of the mind's reins to a wiser, gentler guide. It was the faith that He could transform even the subconscious chaos into something that could be received as an offering, a trust that His redemption extended into the deepest, most automatic processes of the human psyche. The prayer ended with the foundational truth upon which such a request could be made. O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. He was the rock, the stable, unchanging foundation upon which a trembling heart could lay its unstable thoughts. He was the redeemer, the one who could buy back the wasted mental energy, heal the painful memories, and repurpose the night's reflections for good. To ask that the heart's meditations be pleasing to Him was to believe that He was both strong enough to guard them and loving enough to transform them. As sleep finally began to claim its territory, this prayer became the lens through which the night was viewed. The soul was not drifting into a void of unknown and ungoverned thought. It was resting its mind upon the rock, entrusting its deepest meditations to the Redeemer. And in that trust, the final barrier to peace dissolved. The heart, its every hidden movement now committed to his care, was free to fall into a sleep that was not just rest for the body, but a continuous unconscious communion pleasing to God. The soul, having consecrated its hidden thoughts to the Redeemer, now turns its attention to the final, gentle labor of the waking heart, the sacred act of remembrance. The words of the psalm rise like a soft incense, a call to gratitude that is itself a pathway to peace. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. The exhortation is not a command to manufacture a feeling, but an invitation to align with the deepest truth of the universe, that God is fundamentally, unchangeably good, and his love is the one constant that outlasts every temporary shadow. This giving of thanks is not for what might be, but for what has already been, the countless, often unnoticed evidences of that goodness woven through the fabric of the day now ending. Let them thank the Lord for his steadfast love, for his wondrous works to the children of men. For he satisfies the longing soul, and the hungry soul he fills with good things. The psalmist guides the listener to recall specific reasons for thankfulness from the day. It is a deliberate turning over of the stones of memory to find the glimmer of grace beneath. Perhaps it was the warmth of the sun on the skin, the unexpected kindness of a stranger, the comfort of a familiar voice, the simple satisfaction of a meal, or the mere fact of breath in the lungs. These are not grand miracles, but the wondrous works of a loving God who satisfies the soul's deep longings with 1,000 small good things. To recall them is to gather a bouquet of blessings from the fields of the ordinary, each one a petal of proof of his enduring love. This act of thankful recollection is a powerful soother of the soul. Anxiety and worry thrive in the soil of forgetfulness, where the mind fixates on what is lacking or what might go wrong. But gratitude is the light that breaks through that darkness, illuminating what is already present and good. As each reason for thankfulness is named in the quiet of the heart, the safe journey, the completed task, the moment of laughter, the challenge that revealed a hidden strength, the weight of the day's burdens begins to feel lighter. The soul, focused on the evidence of love, finds it harder to hold on to its fears. The neural pathways of worry are gently bypassed by the brighter trails of gratitude, leading the mind away from turmoil and toward tranquility. Whoever is wise, let him attend to these things. Let them consider the steadfast love of the Lord. The final verse is an invitation to wisdom, the wisdom that chooses to dwell on faithfulness rather than failure, on provision rather than lack. To attend to these things is to make a study of God's goodness, to become a connoisseur of His grace. In the soft focus of the evening, this is not an intellectual exercise, but a heart exercise. It is allowing the memory of His steadfast love to become the final, dominant thought before consciousness surrenders. The soul that goes to sleep considering His love is a soul that drifts into rest on a current of peace, its dreams anchored in the reality of a goodness that has been proven today and will hold fast through all the tomorrows. This is the soothing balm that prepares the soul for sleep. There is no more potent lullaby than a heart full of thanks. The frantic pulse of worry slows to the rhythm of gratitude. The tightness of anxiety loosens in the warmth of remembered kindness. The soul, having catalogued the day's graces, finds that it has nothing left to protest, nothing left to fear. It is full, it is held, it is loved. And in that settled, thankful state, sleep is no longer a struggle to be won, but a gift to be received, the natural, trusting descent of a heart that has tasted the goodness of the Lord and found it more than enough. The final thought is not a problem to be solved, but a blessing to be savored, and in that savoring, the soul slips effortlessly into the quiet arms of rest. The darkness, once a canvas for fear, now became a backdrop for the most profound of declarations, a truth so potent it could dissolve the deepest of human anxieties with the softness of a whispered word. The familiar phrase returned, not as a repetition, but as a deep, resonant chord struck in the soul's innermost chamber, vibrating through every fiber of the being. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Each syllable was given space to land, to sink past the surface of hearing and into the marrow of understanding. This was not a question asked in trembling hope, but a statement of fact delivered with the quiet force of absolute certainty. The light spoken of was not the sun, soon to be extinguished by the turning of the earth, but the eternal, undimming radiance of God's own presence. The salvation was not a temporary rescue, but an everlasting deliverance into the safety of His character. This was the slow, deliberate rereading, a meditative circling of a truth too vast to be grasped in a single pass. The mind, so often a frantic wanderer, was invited to settle here, to focus solely on the elimination of fear through the presence of the Lord. Fear, in all its forms, the gnawing anxiety for the future, the cold dread of the unknown, the sharp sting of past regrets, was not fought with arguments or willpower. It was simply outshone. The presence of the Lord was not a concept to be believed in, but a reality to be inhabited, an atmosphere of such overwhelming safety that fear could find no oxygen to breathe. It was the ultimate displacement, where His light shone, no shadow of terror could long remain. The light was His presence, a luminous reality that penetrated the deepest gloom of the spirit. It was the clarity that came not from having all the answers, but from knowing the answerer. It was the illumination that revealed not the details of the path ahead, but the unwavering faithfulness of the guide. In this light, the monsters of the mind lost their substance, revealed as the shadows they had always been. The salvation was the direct result of this light, the being saved from the power of fear by being saved into the certainty of His love. To know He was present was to know that one was already safe, already held, already home. The question, "Whom shall I fear?" answered itself in the asking. If the Lord, the source of all light and all deliverance, was your light and your salvation, then the answer was no one and nothing. Fear was not just defeated, it was rendered irrelevant, a phantom emotion with no object in the reality of his encompassing presence. The soul, bathed in this truth, felt the last vestiges of tension release their grip. The heartbeat, once a frantic drum against the ribs, slowed to a steady, confident rhythm of trust. The breath deepened, drawing in the very peace that this declaration made manifest. There was no need to scan the darkness for threats, for the darkness itself was now filled with his light. There was no need to brace for impact, for salvation was not a future event, but a present tense reality. The elimination of fear was not an achievement to be unlocked, but a gift to be received by simply abiding in the profound, unshakable truth. The Lord is my light. The Lord is my salvation. And in that, there is nothing left to fear. The night was no longer a time of vulnerability, but a sanctuary of luminous peace. And the soul, held in this brilliant saving presence, drifted into a rest that was as fearless as it was deep. In the profound quiet that cradles the end of the day, when the world has hushed its many voices and the heart turns inward, a simple ancient truth rises like a single clear note in the stillness. I sought the Lord, and he answered me. He delivered me from all my fears. The words are not a boast of human effort, but a testament to divine responsiveness, a quiet record of the soul's turning and God's immediate gracious turning toward it. This seeking is not a frantic search in the dark, but a gentle leaning of the Spirit, a conscious directing of the heart's attention toward the one fixed point in the universe, the face of God. It is in this turning, this quiet seeking, that the soul discovers a deliverance not from circumstances, but from the fears that circumstances breed, a peace that is found not in the absence of trouble, but in the presence of the answerer. This is the peace found when we seek God's face. It is a peace that does not ignore the realities of life, but transcends them, a deep, river-like calm that flows beneath the surface of any storm. To seek his face is to look beyond his hand, beyond what he can give, to who he is, his character, his kindness, his unwavering faithfulness. In that gaze, the soul finds an anchor. The fears that once loomed so large, of inadequacy, of the unknown, of being alone, are met with the greater reality of his nearness, his goodness, his power. They are not always removed, but they are disarmed, their teeth drawn by the overwhelming truth that you are seen, you are known, and you are deeply loved by the one who holds all things. The seeking itself becomes the pathway, and his answering presence is the peace that awaits at the end of it. Especially in the quiet moments before sleep, this seeking takes on a particular sweetness. The body is still, the mind is softening at the edges, and the soul, stripped of the day's pretenses, is most honest in its need. It is here, in the vulnerability of the pillow, that the simple act of turning the heart toward him becomes the most profound prayer. There are no eloquence required, no lengthy petitions. The seeking is itself the prayer, a sigh, a thought, a silent lifting of the inner eyes. And in that holy exchange, the answer is not always a voice, but a presence, not a solution, but a settledness. It is the feeling of a hand resting on a fevered brow, a warmth spreading through a chilled spirit, a quiet knowing that you are not seeking into a void, but into a heart that has been turned towards you all along. The deliverance from fear is the tangible fruit of this communion. The fears that may have accompanied you to bed, the replaying of a difficult conversation, the anxiety over a tomorrow's demand, the vague dread of things unseen, begin to lose their grip in the light of His answered presence. They are not fought with willpower, but simply outshone by a greater light. His deliverance is the gentle unraveling of their power, the quiet assurance that because He is here, there is nothing to fear. The soul, having sought and been found, having asked and been answered, can finally release its vigil. The need to guard against the night, to manage the unknown, is surrendered into the hands of the one who has already delivered it from the only true danger, the danger of being without Him. In the peace of that deliverance, sleep is no longer an escape, but a trusting entry into the rest that His presence provides, a deep and fearless abiding in the answer that is Himself. The final conscious thought before the veil of sleep descends is not one of vulnerability, but of divine guardianship, a truth so ancient and sure it feels woven into the very fabric of the night air. The words of the psalm rise, not as a dramatic incantation, but as the softest of assurances, a promise whispered from the heart of heaven to the heart of man. For He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. The imagery is not meant to stir alertness or a vigilant scanning of the shadows, but to evoke the opposite, a profound, childlike sense of being washed over by a care so meticulous it attends to the smallest misstep, the most unseen obstacle. This is the picturing of God's care through angelic guardianship. It is an invitation to envision the unseen, not with a sense of supernatural alarm, but with the quiet wonder of a loved child who knows they are protected even when their eyes are closed. The angels are not sentries posted out of fear, but agents of a benevolent will, their presence a manifestation of the Father's detailed affection. They guard in all your ways, not just the grand, perilous journeys, but the quiet internal paths of the Spirit, the dream-filled wanderings of the night, the fragile transition from wakefulness to sleep. Their guardianship is a continuous, attentive ministry, a silent, vigilant love operating just beyond the range of mortal sight, ensuring the soul's journey is safe at every point. This divine command is issued not from a place of worry, but from a throne of perfect sovereignty. The one who speaks it is the same who numbers the stars and knows the fall of a sparrow. His command is the ultimate guarantee, a word that cannot be broken, a decree that sets in motion an invisible, protective order around the resting soul. There is no need for the mind to remain on high alert, straining to perceive these heavenly guardians. Their work is done in the quiet confidence of obedience to a king whose authority is absolute and whose love is the motivation for every decree. The soul's only task is to receive the reality of this protection, to trust in the command that has already been given and is being faithfully executed. The purpose is to promote a deep sense of safety, a feeling so complete it allows for total surrender. It is the safety of a castle whose walls are manned by an unseen, loyal host, the safety of a nest where the fledgling is sheltered under powerful wings. This safety is not the absence of danger in a fallen world, but the presence of a superior power that renders any danger ultimately null. It is the deep cellular knowing that you are encompassed, that your rest is a matter of divine priority, that every aspect of your being, body, soul, and spirit is being gently upheld by ministrations both human and heavenly. In this safety, the last vestiges of tension melt away. The breath comes slower, the body grows heavier, the mind releases its final claim on vigilance. You are not guarding yourself, you are being guarded. You are not alone in the watch, you are the one being watched over. And in that sacred trust, sleep becomes the deepest act of faith, a falling into the sure and certain hands of God, commanded, guarded, and utterly safe. The soul, having been carried on the unseen wings of angelic care, now settles into the deepest, most profound trust possible, a trust not based on circumstance or feeling, but on the very character of God Himself. The words of the psalm arrive like a final, unshakable foundation stone being laid in the spirit, a truth so absolute it allows every muscle, every thought, every fear to finally and completely relax. The Lord is righteous in all His ways and kind in all His works. The declaration is comprehensive, leaving no room for doubt. His righteousness is not a sometimes thing, applied selectively or situationally. It is the very essence of every path He takes, every decision He makes, every ounce of His interaction with creation. There is no shadow of turning with Him, no hidden agenda, no flaw in His moral calculus. Every way, the way of joy and the way of sorrow, the way of abundance and the way of need, is perfectly, unfailingly right. This is the trustworthiness that comes from God's perfect righteousness. It is a trust that can rest its entire weight because the object of that trust is incapable of error, of caprice, of betrayal. Human trust is often a fragile thing, built on the shifting sand of another's mood or ability, and it can fracture under pressure. But trust in God is built on the diamond-hard reality of His righteous character. He cannot act contrary to His own goodness, His own justice, His own love. Therefore, every promise He has whispered through the night, of presence, of peace, of protection, is guaranteed by the integrity of His being. To trust in Him is to trust in a reality more solid than the ground beneath, a faithfulness more constant than the turning of the earth. His righteousness is the guarantee that his kindness is not a temporary mood, but an eternal attribute, expressed in all his works without exception. This trust allows for total relaxation. The soul, understanding this, has nothing left to guard against, no contingency plan to devise, no worst-case scenario to rehearse. If he is righteous in all his ways, then the way of this night, whether it leads to deep sleep or quiet wakefulness, is a good way, a kind way, a way designed for ultimate good. The need to control the outcome, to manage the experience, to ensure a specific result, simply evaporates in the light of this truth. His governance is perfect. His management of the universe and of this single, sleeping life is flawless. The body, responding to this so-deep certainty, can release the last vestiges of held tension. The jaw unclenches, the shoulders drop, the breath flows in a slow, uninterrupted rhythm of surrender. The mind, no longer needing to stand watch over a world held by imperfect hands, can finally stand down, its vigil ended. The relaxation is total because it is based on totality, the total righteousness of God. There is no aspect of his being that is not included, no dark corner of his purposes where something less than good might be lurking. His kindness permeates every work, from the grand sweep of redemption history to the minute detail of a single, resting heartbeat. In this knowledge, the soul does not just find rest, it enters into it as its native state, the condition for which it was always designed. The night is no longer a time to be endured, but a space to be inhabited in perfect peace, a holy interval held in the righteous, kind hands of God. And in that sure and certain holding, the soul, the body, and the spirit yield completely, falling into a rest that is as deep and as quiet as the very nature of God is good. The final conscious thought before the veil of sleep descends is not one of vulnerability, but of divine guardianship, a truth so ancient and sure it feels woven into the very fabric of the night air. The words of the psalm rise, not as a dramatic incantation, but as the softest of assurances, a promise whispered from the heart of heaven to the heart of man. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. The imagery is not meant to stir alertness or a vigilant scanning of the shadows, but to evoke the opposite, a profound, childlike sense of being washed over by a care so meticulous it attends to the smallest misstep, the most unseen obstacle. This is the picturing of God's care through angelic guardianship. It is an invitation to envision the unseen, not with a sense of supernatural alarm, but with the quiet wonder of a loved child who knows they are protected even when their eyes are closed. The angels are not sentries posted out of fear, but agents of a benevolent will, their presence a manifestation of the Father's detailed affection. They guard in all your ways, not just the grand, perilous journeys, but the quiet internal paths of the Spirit, the dream-filled wanderings of the night, the fragile transition from wakefulness to sleep. Their guardianship is a continuous, attentive ministry, a silent, vigilant love operating just beyond the range of mortal sight, ensuring the soul's journey is safe at every point. This divine command is issued not from a place of worry, but from a throne of perfect sovereignty. The one who speaks it is the same who numbers the stars and knows the fall of a sparrow. His command is the ultimate guarantee, a word that cannot be broken, a decree that sets in motion an invisible, protective order around the resting soul. There is no need for the mind to remain on high alert, straining to perceive these heavenly guardians. Their work is done in the quiet confidence of obedience to a king whose authority is absolute and whose love is the motivation for every decree. The soul's only task is to receive the reality of this protection, to trust in the command that has already been given and is being faithfully executed. The purpose is to promote a deep sense of safety, a feeling so complete it allows for total surrender. It is the safety of a castle whose walls are manned by an unseen, loyal host, the safety of a nest where the fledgling is sheltered under powerful wings. This safety is not the absence of danger in a fallen world, but the presence of a superior power that renders any danger ultimately null. It is the deep cellular knowing that you are encompassed, that your rest is a matter of divine priority, that every aspect of your being, body, soul, and spirit is being gently upheld by ministrations both human and heavenly. In this safety, the last vestiges of tension melt away. The breath comes slower, the body grows heavier, the mind releases its final claim on vigilance. You are not guarding yourself, you are being guarded. You are not alone in the watch, you are the one being watched over. And in that sacred trust, sleep becomes the deepest act of faith, a falling into the sure and certain hands of God, commanded, guarded, and utterly safe. The soul, having been carried on the unseen wings of angelic care, now settles into the deepest, most profound trust possible, a trust not based on circumstance or feeling, but on the very character of God Himself. The words of the psalm arrive like a final, unshakable foundation stone being laid in the spirit, a truth so absolute it allows every muscle, every thought, every fear to finally and completely relax. The Lord is righteous in all His ways and kind in all His works. The declaration is comprehensive, leaving no room for doubt. His righteousness is not a sometimes thing, applied selectively or situationally. It is the very essence of every path He takes, every decision He makes, every ounce of His interaction with creation. There is no shadow of turning with Him, no hidden agenda, no flaw in His moral calculus. Every way, the way of joy and the way of sorrow, the way of abundance and the way of need, is perfectly, unfailingly right. This is the trustworthiness that comes from God's perfect righteousness. It is a trust that can rest its entire weight because the object of that trust is incapable of error, of caprice, of betrayal. Human trust is often a fragile thing, built on the shifting sand of another's mood or ability, and it can fracture under pressure. But trust in God is built on the diamond-hard reality of His righteous character. He cannot act contrary to His own goodness, His own justice, His own love. Therefore, every promise He has whispered through the night, of presence, of peace, of protection, is guaranteed by the integrity of His being. To trust in Him is to trust in a reality more solid than the ground beneath, a faithfulness more constant than the turning of the earth. His righteousness is the guarantee that His kindness is not a temporary mood, but an eternal attribute, expressed in all His works without exception. This trust allows for total relaxation. The soul, understanding this, has nothing left to guard against, no contingency plan to devise, no worst-case scenario to rehearse. If He is righteous in all His ways, then the way of this night, whether it leads to deep sleep or quiet wakefulness, is a good way, a kind way, a way designed for ultimate good. The need to control the outcome, to manage the experience, to ensure a specific result, simply evaporates in the light of this truth. His governance is perfect. His management of the universe and of this single, sleeping life is flawless. The body, responding to this so deep certainty, can release the last vestiges of held tension. The jaw unclenches, the shoulders drop, the breath flows in a slow, uninterrupted rhythm of surrender. The mind, no longer needing to stand watch over a world held by imperfect hands, can finally stand down, its vigil ended. The relaxation is total because it is based on totality, the total righteousness of God. There is no aspect of His being that is not included, no dark corner of His purposes where something less than good might be lurking. His kindness permeates every work, from the grand sweep of redemption history to the minute detail of a single, resting heartbeat. In this knowledge, the soul does not just find rest, it enters into it as its native state, the condition for which it was always designed. The night is no longer a time to be endured, but a space to be inhabited in perfect peace, a holy interval held in the righteous, kind hands of God. And in that sure and certain holding, the soul, the body, and the spirit yield completely, falling into a rest that is as deep and as quiet as the very nature of God is good. The soul, having traversed the quiet valleys of trust and rested upon the unshakable rock of God's righteousness, now turns its gaze toward a vision of pure, unadulterated joy. The words of the psalm rise like a sweet fragrance, painting a picture not of a distant heaven, but of a near and accessible reality. How lovely is your dwelling place, O Lord Almighty! My soul yearns, even faints, for the courts of the Lord. My heart and my flesh cry out for the living God. The longing expressed is not one of lack, but of proximity, a deep, homesick yearning for the one place where the spirit is truly, completely at home. This dwelling place is not a physical location to be reached after death, but a spiritual posture to be entered now, the profound peace and joy found in simply being near to God. Even the most common of creatures understands this blessedness. The sparrow has found a home, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may have her young, a place near your altar. The image is one of instinctive, uncomplicated belonging. The sparrow does not strive for a mansion. It seeks only a safe haven, a place of nurture and rest near the source of all life. This is the peace available now, a simple, trusting abiding in the conscious awareness of God's presence. It is making one's home not in the turmoil of circumstance, but in the quiet courts of His nearness, a place where the soul, like the swallow, can raise its young, its hopes, its dreams, its fragile trusts, in perfect safety. Blessed are those who dwell in your house. They are ever praising you. The blessedness is not reserved for a future eternity. It is the present tense experience of those who choose to make their dwelling in Him. This is the joy found in His presence, a continuous inward praise that arises not from a perfect life, but from a heart that has found its true home. The praise is not a loud noise, but a quiet, constant orientation of the spirit toward gratitude and awe, a melody that plays beneath the surface of even the most ordinary moments. To dwell here is to live in a state of perpetual blessing, where joy is not dependent on external conditions, but flows from the internal reality of being with God. Better is one day in your courts than 1,000 elsewhere. I would rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than dwell in the tents of the wicked. The soul makes its ultimate valuation. All the world's offers of pleasure, security, and acclaim pale into insignificance when compared to the sheer goodness of a single moment spent in conscious communion with God. The role of a mere doorkeeper, the lowest, most humble position in His house, is deemed a greater privilege than owning the most luxurious tent in the camp of the self-sufficient. This is the peace and joy available now, the profound satisfaction that comes from preferring His presence above all else, from finding that the simplest connection to Him is more valuable than the richest treasures the world can offer. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does He withhold from those whose walk is blameless. O Lord Almighty, blessed is the one who trusts in You. The vision culminates in the character of the host. He is both the warm, life-giving sun that illuminates the dwelling place and the strong, protective shield that guards it. His nature is to give, favor, honor, every good thing. The soul understands that to dwell near Him is to live in the radiance of His generosity and the safety of His care. The final blessing is pronounced not on the perfect, but on the trusting. The one who trusts in Him is blessed. That blessedness is the lovely dwelling place itself, a state of heart where peace is deep, joy is real, and the presence of God is the greatest reality of all. This is not a far-off dream. It is a home available for the soul to enter tonight, simply by trusting, simply by resting, simply by being near. The soul, having traversed the quiet valleys of trust and rested upon the unshakable rock of God's righteousness, now turns its gaze toward a vision of pure, unadulterated joy. The words of the psalm rise like a sweet fragrance, painting a picture not of a distant heaven, but of a near and accessible reality. How lovely is your dwelling place, O Lord Almighty! My soul yearns, even faints, for the courts of the Lord. My heart and my flesh cry out for the living God. The longing expressed is not one of lack, but of proximity, a deep, homesick yearning for the one place where the spirit is truly, completely at home. This dwelling place is not a physical location to be reached after death, but a spiritual posture to be entered now, the profound peace and joy found in simply being near to God. Even the most common of creatures understands this blessedness. The sparrow has found a home, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may have her young, a place near your altar. The image is one of instinctive, uncomplicated belonging. The sparrow does not strive for a mansion. It seeks only a safe haven, a place of nurture and rest near the source of all life. This is the peace available now, a simple, trusting abiding in the conscious awareness of God's presence. It is making one's home not in the turmoil of circumstance, but in the quiet courts of His nearness, a place where the soul, like the swallow, can raise its young, its hopes, its dreams, its fragile trusts, in perfect safety. Blessed are those who dwell in your house. They are ever praising you. The blessedness is not reserved for a future eternity. It is the present tense experience of those who choose to make their dwelling in Him. This is the joy found in His presence, a continuous inward praise that arises not from a perfect life, but from a heart that has found its true home. The praise is not a loud noise, but a quiet, constant orientation of the spirit toward gratitude and awe, a melody that plays beneath the surface of even the most ordinary moments. To dwell here is to live in a state of perpetual blessing, where joy is not dependent on external conditions, but flows from the internal reality of being with God. Better is one day in your courts than 1,000 elsewhere. I would rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than dwell in the tents of the wicked. The soul makes its ultimate valuation. All the world's offers of pleasure, security, and acclaim pale into insignificance when compared to the sheer goodness of a single moment spent in conscious communion with God. The role of a mere doorkeeper, the lowest, most humble position in His house, is deemed a greater privilege than owning the most luxurious tent in the camp of the self-sufficient. This is the peace and joy available now, the profound satisfaction that comes from preferring His presence above all else, from finding that the simplest connection to Him is more valuable than the richest treasures the world can offer. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does He withhold from those whose walk is blameless. O Lord Almighty, blessed is the one who trusts in You. The vision culminates in the character of the host. He is both the warm, life-giving sun that illuminates the dwelling place and the strong, protective shield that guards it. His nature is to give, favor, honor, every good thing. The soul understands that to dwell near him is to live in the radiance of his generosity and the safety of his care. The final blessing is pronounced not on the perfect, but on the trusting. The one who trusts in him is blessed. That blessedness is the lovely dwelling place itself, a state of heart where peace is deep, joy is real, and the presence of God is the greatest reality of all. This is not a far-off dream. It is a home available for the soul to enter tonight, simply by trusting, simply by resting, simply by being near. In the deepest quiet of the soul, where the last echoes of the day's anxieties have faded, and the heart rests in the lovely dwelling place of God's presence, a final, triumphant truth rises, a declaration that reframes the very essence of struggle into victory. The words of the psalm are not whispered, but felt, a resonance in the spirit that is both a fortress and a melody. The Lord is my strength and my song. He has become my salvation. The statement is a divine paradox, a fusion of power and poetry, of unassailable might and joyful expression. This is God becoming our personal victory song, a melody composed not for the heights of achievement, but for the quiet, hidden triumphs over the internal enemies of restlessness and anxiety. This strength is not a dormant reserve, but an active, infusing power that meets the soul at its point of greatest weakness. It is the courage to lie still when the mind races, the fortitude to release a worry that has been clutched like a life raft, the resilience to trust the darkness to the one who made it. This strength does not shout, it steadies. It is the firm hand on the shoulder of a trembling spirit, the unyielding foundation beneath feet that feel they are sinking. It is the divine energy that enables the soul to do what it could never do alone, to be at peace. And in that enabling, a victory is won, not over external foes, but over the internal tyranny of fear. This victory finds its voice in a song. The song is not one of external celebration, but an internal, spiritual melody that begins to play in the heart that has been strengthened. It is the sound of a burden lifted, a chains broken, a restlessness finally, fully stilled. It is the song of salvation, of being saved from the need to strive, saved from the prison of self-reliance, saved into the wide, free spaces of grace. This song is personal, its lyrics written in the intimate language of a soul that has known its own weakness and has encountered a strength greater than itself. It is a melody of pure relief, of joy discovered not in the absence of struggle, but in the presence of a Savior within it. Even over restlessness and anxiety, this song prevails. The churning thoughts, the knotted stomach, the sense of impending dread, these are not silenced by force, but are gradually overwhelmed by a sweeter, stronger harmony. The song of the Lord does not argue with anxiety. It outsings it. It does not wrestle with restlessness. It rhythms it into a tranquil cadence. The victory is not that the feelings vanish, but that they are joined by a deeper reality, the reality of a strength that holds you and a song that covers you. The anxiety becomes a faint whisper against the thunderous, gentle melody of a love that will not let you go. The soul, held in this strength and surrounded by this song, discovers that salvation is not a one-time event, but a present tense experience. He has become my salvation. He is, in this moment, saving you from fear, from self, from the lie that you are alone in the night. The victory is now. The song is now. The strength is now. And in this eternal now of God's provision, the heart finds its final, deep rest. The Lord is your strength for the battle, and He is your song for the victory. And in that dual reality, there is nothing left to fight and nothing left to fear, only a quiet, joyful trust that sings itself to sleep in the arms of a God who has already won. The day's last light had long since bled from the sky, and in its place, a deep, velvety darkness settled over the world, a darkness not empty but full, a purposeful, gracious covering. The words of the psalm drifted into the quiet like a gentle, settling mist. He covers the heavens with clouds. The observation was not one of meteorological interest, but a profound meditation on the divine rhythm that governed all things. The clouds were not a veil of separation, but a soft blanket drawn by a loving hand, a signal that the time for labor had passed and the hour for rest had come. This was the careful, intentional order in the natural world, a daily testimony to a God who knew the need for both light and shadow, for both action and cessation, and who tenderly orchestrated the transition between them. This was God's care in the natural order of day and night. The same hand that had flung the stars into the infinite black had also appointed the clouds to gather at the day's end, to soften the harsh edges of the sun's departure and usher in the gentle reign of the moon and stars. It was a rhythm as old as creation itself, a dependable pulse in the heart of the universe that spoke of a faithfulness deeper than any human promise. The night was not an afterthought or an interruption. It was a necessary, holy pause written into the very DNA of time, a daily reminder that the world did not rest on human effort, but on the sustained, gracious command of its Creator. The clouds were His sign, His way of tucking the weary earth into bed, of saying, "Enough for now, be still." This dependable rhythm was the ultimate encouragement to trust in His rhythms. If He could be trusted to manage the cosmos, to command the clouds and decree the boundaries of the sea, then He could certainly be trusted with the smaller, more intricate rhythms of a single human life. The anxiety that so often accompanied the night, the fear of the unknown hours, the worry over unfinished tasks, the pressure to use time efficiently, began to lose its power in the face of this greater, calmer tempo. His rhythm was not one of frantic productivity, but of purposeful alternation between work and rest, between giving out and receiving back. To trust this rhythm was to align one's own heartbeat with the pulse of grace, to believe that the quiet hours of the night were as much a part of His good plan as the busiest hours of the day. The soul, watching the cloud-covered sky through the window or simply sensing the gentle pressure of the darkness, could finally release its grip on the need to control. The world was being managed by a capable, compassionate governor. The clouds were proof. The setting sun was proof. The rising moon was proof. Everything was proceeding according to a wisdom far superior to human understanding. There was no need to fight the approach of sleep or resent the stillness of the night. These were not voids to be feared, but gifts to be received, part of the perfect, loving order established by the One who covered the heavens with clouds, and who now covered the resting soul with His peace. In this trust, the spirit found a deep, settling calm, a willingness to be part of the great, quiet rhythm of His care, to rest as the earth rested, held secure in the faithful, cloud-softened darkness. The final breath of the day, the last flicker of consciousness, becomes a vessel for a sacred vow, a promise that transcends the rise and fall of emotion, the ebb and flow of circumstance. The words rise from a place deeper than feeling, a wellspring of the spirit that has been filled to overflowing by the night's journey. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. This is not a declaration of present euphoria, but a setting of the soul's compass, a deliberate orientation of the heart toward a fixed point of gratitude that will hold fast through any storm, any silence, any shadow. It is the decision to make praise the default setting of the spirit, the continuous background music of a life held by God. This is the heart posture of continuous praise. It is a stance, not a sentiment, a choice, not a chance. It does not wait for the sun to shine or the burden to lift. It blesses the Lord in the green pasture and in the valley, in the answered prayer and in the aching silence. It is the soul's unwavering response to the unwavering character of God. In the quiet vulnerability of the night, this posture becomes a powerful act of defiance against the despair that whispers in the dark. It is the heart saying, I do not yet see the dawn, but I know the maker of the dawn, and for that alone I will bless Him. This continual praise is not a denial of pain, but a profound affirmation of a goodness greater than pain. And this praise can be a lullaby for the soul. As the body yields to the pull of sleep, the mind, often a restless wanderer, needs a melody to follow into the unknown. The ceaseless, gentle rhythm of blessing. Bless the Lord, O my soul, becomes that melody. It is a soft, repeating refrain that soothes the frantic thoughts, that calms the churning worries, that replaces the internal cacophony with a single, harmonious note of gratitude. This lullaby does not demand energy. It arises from a heart at rest, a spirit that has found its home in God. It is the sound of trust sung in a minor key, a beautiful, haunting melody that acknowledges the night while firmly believing in the morning. To bless the Lord at all times is to turn the night itself into an act of worship. The darkness is no longer a time of absence, but a sanctuary for presence. The silence is not empty, but full of the echo of His faithfulness. Each breath becomes a beat in the rhythm of this continuous praise, each heartbeat a drum keeping time to the song of a grace that will not let go. The soul, cradled in this lullaby of blessing, finds that fear has lost its voice, that anxiety has been hushed. There is only the quiet, sure and continual offering of a heart that has decided, come what may, to bless the Lord. And in that holy decision, in that ceaseless song, the deepest, most peaceful sleep is found, a sleep that is itself a form of praise, a rest that trusts the keeper of the stars to also keep the heart. The words began not as a recitation, but as a breath, a sigh of homecoming breathed into the deepening silence. The Lord is my shepherd. The phrase hung in the air, a truth so foundational it felt less like a statement and more like the very ground upon which the soul now rested. Each word was given its own sacred space, a long, tender pause following, allowing it to sink past the ear and into the spirit, to find its home in the weary, waiting places within. This was not a reading to be heard, but a reality to be absorbed, a slow immersion into the most familiar and comforting of all promises. I shall not want. The silence that followed was rich and full, a void that was not empty but pregnant with the assurance of a provision so complete it left no room for lack. The soul could feel the truth of it, a letting go of the day's perceived scarcities, of time, of patience, of strength, into the boundless abundance of the shepherd's care. He makes me lie down in green pastures. The mind's eye could see them, those lush, rolling fields of grace, untouched by drought or despair. The pause here was a long exhalation, a feeling of the body sinking into the softness of that divine invitation to rest, the resistance of the day finally melting away under the gentle pressure of His command to be still. He leads me beside quiet waters. The only sound was the slow, steady rhythm of breath, itself a quiet water. The stillness was a pool, its surface smooth and undisturbed, reflecting the peace of the heavens unmarred by cloud or storm. In the long silence, the soul knelt and drank, its thirst for turmoil slaked by the deep, cool draught of His presence. He restores my soul. The words were a balm applied directly to the inner weariness, the subtle aches of the spirit accumulated through the hours. The pause that followed was the working of that balm, a gentle, pervasive warmth that seeped into the fractures and the fatigue, knitting together what was frayed, strengthening what was weak. He guides me in paths of righteousness for His name's sake. The path was not a source of anxiety, but of profound safety, a way chosen by infinite wisdom and unwavering love. The silence was a trusting step forward in the dark, a certainty that the next footfall would be secure because the guide's reputation was the guarantee. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. The words did not shy from the reality of shadows, but named them without fear. The pause was not one of dread, but of a heart checking its own pulse and finding it steady, surrounded by a presence that made the darkest valley a passage, not a prison. I will fear no evil. The declaration was quiet, firm, a settled fact. The silence that held it was the proof, a peace that defied circumstance, a courage that was not its own. The shadows held no terror because they were only shadows, and the light was walking the path too. For you are with me. This was the heart of it all, the truth that made every other truth possible. The pause here was the longest yet, a vast, spacious silence in which the soul could fully feel the immensity of that companionship. Not ahead, not behind, but with. Intimately, personally, unshakably with. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. The mind could feel their assurance, the rod's strong defense against any prowling fear, the staff's gentle crook providing a steadying point of contact, a guide back to the center when thoughts began to stray toward the edges of worry. The comfort was tangible, a dual promise of protection and guidance. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. The imagery shifted from field to feast, from journey to jubilation. The pause was one of awe, a bewildering gratitude for a goodness that was not diminished by opposition, but was instead displayed in spite of it. The soul was not a fugitive, but an honored guest. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. The sense of being chosen, cherished, and abundantly provided for was almost overwhelming. The silence was the feeling of the oil, a sacred consecration of this moment, this rest. The cup was not full, it was overflowing, its contents spilling over into the quiet, a liquid grace that soaked the spirit in the certainty of boundless love. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life. The promise stretched out into the future, a divine tailwind of blessing that would pursue the soul through every tomorrow. The pause was a reception of that truth, a letting down of the guard against the unknown, a trust placed in the character of a God whose nature was to give goodness and love. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The final phrase was not an end, but an eternal beginning, the ultimate homecoming. The silence that followed was no longer a pause between words, but the deep, everlasting silence of perfect peace, of a soul that had finally, fully come home. The shepherd had spoken his psalm, and in the echoing, wordless aftermath, the spirit rested, utterly secure, utterly known, and utterly at peace. The journey was over, the rest had come. The night held a sacred stillness, a silence so profound it felt like a balm itself, a waiting canvas for the most meticulous of divine arts. Into this holy quiet, the words returned, not as a broad promise, but as a whispered secret meant for the most hidden of hurts. He heals the brokenhearted. The phrase was breathed into the air with a surgical precision, each word a gentle, deliberate instrument in the hand of a physician whose compassion was as infinite as his skill. This was not a general mending for the masses, but an intimate, focused attention on the specific fractures within the soul, the hairline cracks of disappointment, the deep bruises of loss, the tender, aching places that had been touched by the day's rough edges. This was the gentle, surgical precision of God's healing touch. It was not a wholesale overriding of pain, but a careful, loving exploration of each hurt. A divine light shone into the inner chambers of the heart to reveal what needed his care. His touch was not that of a hurried medic, but of a master artisan restoring a priceless vessel. He knew the exact pressure to apply, the precise moment to soothe, the unique remedy for each wound. For the heart that felt abandoned, his touch was the assurance of his perpetual presence. For the spirit bruised by failure, his touch was the oil of unconditional acceptance. For the soul aching with regret, his touch was the gentle washing of forgiveness, erasing the stain without denying the story. He binds up their wounds. The binding was not a tight, constricting bandage meant to hide the hurt, but a firm, secure wrapping that held the broken pieces in place so his healing could do its deep, uninterrupted work. It was the feeling of being gathered together, of fragmentation being gently drawn into wholeness. The binding was his promise, that what was broken would not remain so, that the pain would not have the final word, that the heart would beat again in a rhythm of peace and not anguish. His bindings were made of threads of grace and faithfulness, strong enough to hold under any pressure, yet soft enough to comfort the most tender injury. In the vulnerability of sleep, this healing work found its most fertile ground. As consciousness receded and the body surrendered its vigilance, the soul opened itself like a night-blooming flower, most receptive to the subtle ministrations of his spirit. There was no need for the mind to understand the process or direct the outcome. The work was his, and it was done in the quiet, hidden places where human effort could never reach. The healing was not always a sudden sensation, but a gradual, pervasive warmth, a sense of integration and peace that seeped into the spirit as dreams wove their gentle tapestry overhead. So the soul, having named its hurts in the safety of his presence, could now release them into his capable hands. Each specific hurt, the sting of a thoughtless word, the weight of a hope deferred, the dull ache of loneliness, could be acknowledged and then entrusted. There was no wound too small for his notice, no break too severe for his repair. His was a healing that respected the story of the pain while redeeming its purpose, that honored the depth of the feeling while restoring the soul to a joy deeper still. In the quiet certainty of this divine surgery, the heart found its final deep rest, not because the pain was instantly gone, but because it was being held and healed by a love that would not stop its work until every fracture was fused with gold and every wound was a testimony to its tender, unwavering care. The final, sacred silence of the night was not an emptiness, but a vessel waiting to be filled with a single, eternal truth. Into this profound quiet, the words descended not as a phrase to be heard, but as a frequency to be absorbed, a vibration meant to resonate in the deepest marrow of the soul. Be still. The two syllables hung in the air, a gentle command that felt less like an instruction and more like a permission, a releasing of a breath held too long, an unclenching of a fist never meant to carry the world. The silence that followed was vast and deep, a spaciousness in which the soul could feel the weight of its own striving finally, completely melt away. There was nothing to do here, nothing to fix, nothing to manage. The only requirement was to cease, to let the machinery of the mind wind down, to allow the turbulent waters of thought to grow smooth and glassy. And no, the next words were not a summons to intellectual effort, but an invitation to a different kind of awareness, a knowing that came not from study, but from surrender. It was the knowledge that dawned in the spirit when it stopped its own noise, the visceral, cellular recognition of a presence that had been there all along. The silence between the phrases was the fertile ground for this knowing, a pause long enough for the truth to sink past the surface of understanding and take root in the spirit. This was not knowing about God, but knowing God, an experiential, intimate awareness of His majesty, His sovereignty, His unwavering, foundational reality. That I am God. The declaration landed with the soft, unshakable weight of eternity itself. It was not a boast, but a simple, profound statement of fact, the ultimate answer to every unspoken question, the final solution to every unresolved anxiety. In the face of this great I am out of other fretting identities, an imagined control dissolved like mist in a rising sun. The need to orchestrate, to manipulate outcomes, to ensure personal safety, it was all a heavy burden that belonged to him, not to the soul. The silence that now held the completed phrase was different. It was no longer a waiting silence, but a fulfilled one, a quiet that was full of the knowledge it had been given. The soul, having been still, now knew. It knew that it was not God. It knew that He was. And in that beautiful, liberating asymmetry, every fear lost its jurisdiction, every worry its power. The phrase was repeated, a soft rhythmic mantra against the fading pulse of consciousness. Be still, and know that I am God. Each time the words seemed to sink deeper, carving channels of peace into the spirit's bedrock. The stretches of silence between were not empty, but rich, each one a deeper immersion into the reality that had been declared. It was in these silences that the work was done. The unhurried, gentle sinking of the truth into the places that words could not reach, the healing of the spirit's fractures by the profound pressure of His presence. The soul was not learning a new idea. It was remembering its oldest truth, returning to the foundational fact of its existence, that before it was, He is. There was no more need for the internal dialogue, the frantic rehearsal of the day's conversations, or the anxious projection of tomorrow's challenges. The stillness had hushed it. The knowing had answered it. The soul, stripped of its need to control and its illusion of sovereignty, was finally free to simply be, to be still, to know, to rest in the great, eternal I am. The darkness of the room was no longer a void, but a sanctuary saturated with its truth. The body, following the lead of a spirit that had finally come home to itself in God, yielded completely. The breath slowed to the rhythm of grace. The heart beat in time with the eternal pulse of his being. And in that deep, wordless, knowing silence, the soul found its final and most perfect rest, held in the certainty that everything was, and would always be, in the hands of the great I Am. The final veil of consciousness grew thin, a delicate fabric worn soft by the gentle, insistent rhythm of grace that had filled the hours. Into this liminal space, where the soul hovers between the world of thought and the world of dreams, the words returned one last time, not as a declaration to be made, but as a reality to be received. In peace, I will lie down and sleep. The phrase was breathed into the silence with a tone so soft it was barely a sound, more a feeling, a settled certainty that had moved from the realm of aspiration into the realm of fact. This was no longer a hope spoken against the darkness, but an affirmation whispered from within the very safety it described. The war was over. The vigil had ended. Peace was not a destination to be reached, but the ground upon which the soul now rested. The fears that had once stood sentinel at the gates of sleep had been disarmed, their shadows dispelled by the greater light of a love that would not relent. The anxieties that had masqueraded as protectors, urging the mind to stand watch over a universe that was never its to command, had been gently but firmly ushered out. Their whispers were now muffled, distant, unable to penetrate the profound quiet that enveloped the heart. The soul understood, in a way deeper than intellect, that its safety was not contingent on its own alertness, but on the unwavering vigilance of another. The door was locked from the inside by a faithfulness that never tired, and the soul was not just a guest in this safety. It was a cherished resident, its name written on the deed. The body, no longer a tense instrument of will, became a vessel of surrender. Each muscle, each sinew, yielded to the gentle pull of gravity, trusting the bed beneath it as a tangible extension of the everlasting arms that held all things. The breath, once a shallow, guarded thing, now flowed in deep, unhurried tides, a liquid rhythm that mirrored the eternal cadence of the peace that passed all understanding. There was no struggle here, no striving to grasp or to hold on. Sleep was simply the next natural breath in the rhythm of grace, a receiving, not an achieving. The words, "in peace," were no longer separate from the act of sleeping. They were its very essence. To lie down was to lie down in peace. To sleep was to sleep in safety. The two have become inextricably woven into a single, seamless experience of trust. The God who had commanded the clouds to cover the heavens had also drawn the blanket of his peace over this one, small life. The one who never slumbered had given his beloved sleep. And so the soul, cradled in this double assurance of its own safety and its keeper's wakefulness, slipped across the final threshold without a ripple. Consciousness dissolved not into nothingness, but into a deeper, more intimate form of knowing, the knowing of being utterly held, utterly secure, and utterly at peace. The night was deep, the silence was complete, and sleep was happening, wrapped in the unshakable safety of God. The final conscious thought was not a thought at all, but a sensation, a warmth, a weightlessness, a profound sense of being enveloped. The words drifted through this feeling, not as syllables to be parsed, but as the very texture of the peace that now held the soul. Steadfast love. The phrase was a blanket, woven on the eternal looms of heaven, its thread spun from the unchanging character of God Himself. It was not a love that waxed and waned with the moon or with the soul's own fickle affections. It was a love that had existed before the foundations of the world and would continue, unaltered, after the last star had faded from the sky. This love was the fixed point in the universe, the North Star by which every wandering heart could find its way home. Its nature was unchanging. It did not grow weary with the soul's repeated failings or cool with its periods of doubt. It was not a reward for good behavior or a withdrawal for poor performance. It was a state of being, an eternal fact about God's orientation toward His creation. In the quiet of the night, this unchanging quality became the soul's deepest comfort. The anxieties of the day, the regrets, the fears for the future, they were all temporary, shifting shadows. But this love was the constant, the solid ground beneath the feet, the sure foundation that remained when every other support had proven itself unreliable. It was the same yesterday, today, and forever, a love that could be leaned upon with the full weight of a weary spirit without the slightest fear of it giving way. It was profoundly reliable. The soul could bank on it as surely as the earth could bank on the sun's return. It was the one promise that could not be broken, the one covenant that would not fail. This reliability was the antidote to every fear of abandonment, every whisper of being ultimately alone. The love was not just present, it was dependable. It would be there in the morning, it would be there in the next trial, it would be there in the valley of the shadow and on the sunlit mountaintop. It was the ultimate safety net, the eternal guarantee that no matter how far the soul fell, it would always land in the soft, sure embrace of this steadfast love. This love was the ultimate blanket for the soul. In the vulnerability of sleep, as defenses lowered and the inner self lay exposed, this love did not retreat. It drew closer, covering the soul not to hide it, but to cherish it, to protect its rest, to ensure its peace. It was a weight that was not heavy, but comforting. a gentle pressure that assured the spirit it was not floating aimlessly, but was held, secured, and valued. Under this blanket, the chills of fear could not penetrate. The nightmares of circumstance lost their power to disturb. The soul was swaddled in affection that was both fierce in its protection and tender in its intimacy. And so, in the final moments of wakefulness, the soul did not wrestle or strive. It simply sank. It sank into the unchanging nature of this love. It rested on its perfect reliability. It allowed itself to be covered, head to toe, in the soft, impenetrable blanket of a devotion that would never, ever let it go. The steadfast love of the Lord was not a concept to be understood, but a reality to be inhabited. And the soul, finally home, drifted into the deepest rest of all, the rest of being perfectly and eternally loved. The final breath of consciousness was a sigh, not of weariness, but of homecoming, a soft, sure exhalation into the waiting arms of a truth that had been the journey's end all along. The words returned, not as a new discovery, but as the soul's oldest memory, its most fundamental orientation. My soul finds rest in God alone. The declaration was whispered into the stillness, each word a stone settling into its predestined place in the foundation of the spirit. This was not a partial peace, a negotiated ceasefire with certain anxieties held in reserve. This was a total, unilateral surrender into a sufficiency that left no room for other claimants, no corner of the heart still scrambling for its own solutions. The rest was found not in the absence of trouble, but in the presence of the one who was himself the answer to every trouble. The emphasis landed on the two words that changed everything. God alone. Not God in favorable circumstances. Not God in a well-executed plan. Not God in the approval of others. God alone. He was the singular, sufficient source of all rest and peace. The soul's frantic searching, through achievement, through relationship, through control, had always been a circling of this one, central truth. Now, in the quiet, the circling stopped. The journey ended here. Every other proposed wellspring of comfort had proven itself a mirage, a brackish pool that promised refreshment but delivered only greater thirst. But here, in God alone, was a fountain that never ran dry, a deep artesian well of peace that sprang from the very core of his being. This was the singular source. There was no backup plan, no secondary system. His character, his unwavering faithfulness, his boundless strength, his tender compassion, was the only engine of tranquility, the sole generator of the soul's quietude. To look elsewhere for rest was to grasp at shadows. To add anything to him was to dilute the purity of the peace he offered. He did not distribute rest like a commodity. He was the rest itself. To come to him was to enter into it, to breathe it in, to be saturated by it. The soul's striving could finally cease because the work was complete, not by human hands, but by the finished work of his grace. The striving had only ever been a delay of the inevitable, a resistance to the gravitational pull of his perfect sufficiency. And from this singular source flowed a peace that was all-encompassing. It was a peace that did not ignore the realities of life, but transcended them, a deep, river-like calm that flowed beneath the surface of any storm. It was a peace that guarded the heart not from feeling, but from despair, not from challenge, but from defeat. It was the peace of knowing, with a certainty that bypassed the intellect and resonated in the spirit, that because God was who He was, and because He was for you, all was ultimately and irrevocably well. This peace was the atmosphere of the soul that had found its home in God alone. The soul, understanding this at the deepest level, had nothing left to do. No prayer to pray, no truth to claim, no barrier to overcome. It simply was. It was at rest. It was in peace. It was held in the sufficiency of God alone. The final fragile thread of self-effort snapped, and in the silent, glorious aftermath, the spirit floated free, cradled in the everlasting arms. The night was deep, the world was quiet, and the soul, having found its rest in the only place it could ever be found, surrendered completely to the sleep that was both a gift and a testimony, a perfect, wordless abiding in the profound and sufficient peace of God. The silence of the room was no longer an absence, but a presence, a held breath, a sacred space where the soul could finally hear the melody it had been straining for all its life. The promise returned, not as a memory, but as a current reality, a lullaby being sung in the present tense over the stillness. He will quiet you with His love. The words were felt more than heard, a vibration that began in the heart and spread outward, soothing the residual tremors of the day, calming the last ripples of thought on the surface of the mind. This was not a passive silence, but an active quieting, a divine gentleness applied directly to the soul's restless core, a love that did not shout for peace, but sang it into being. The image of God singing over the listener was no longer a distant metaphor, but an intimate experience. It was the sense of being the sole audience for a performance of infinite affection, a melody composed before time and now personalized for this moment, for this need. The song was not made of notes that could be captured on a staff, but of the essence of grace itself, the sound of forgiveness, the harmony of acceptance, the rhythm of an unwavering commitment. It was a song that knew every crack in the spirit's foundation and poured its gold into them, that understood every hidden fear and answered it with a chord of perfect peace. This was the rejoicing Zephaniah had foretold, not a celebration in the heavens above, but a quiet, joyful serenade in the heart within. The soul was encouraged to imagine the specific melody of that love song. What did delight sound like when given voice by the creator of sound? Perhaps it was the low, resonant hum of the earth's turning, a steady bass note of faithfulness that undergirded all things. Or maybe it was the high, clear pitch of a star's light, a point of pure joy in the vast darkness. It could be the gentle rustle of leaves that spoke of a nurturing presence, or the soft sigh of the wind that carried away all burdens. The melody was unique for each listener, woven from the threads of their own story, their own struggles, their own secret joys. It was the tune of their names spoken in love, the rhythm of their breaths matched to his, the harmony of their spirit aligning with his spirit. In the act of imagining, the soul participated in its own quieting. The mind, so often a generator of noise, became a receiver of music. The anxieties that had clamored for attention found they had no place in this symphony. Their dissonance was absorbed into the greater, sweeter harmony. The heart, which had beat a frantic tattoo of worry, began to sync with the slow, strong cadence of the divine melody. The song did not eliminate the circumstances that caused unrest, but it put them into a new, vast perspective. They were small motifs in a grand, beautiful composition whose overarching theme was love. And so, the soul grew still. Not the stillness of exhaustion, but the stillness of perfect attention, of being utterly captivated by a beauty too great to interrupt with its own fretful noise. The body, tuned by this internal music, relaxed into a state of profound receptivity. The breath became the conductor's baton, keeping time with the unhurried tempo of grace. There was no more need to strive, to understand, or to control. The only need was to listen, to receive, to be quieted. The love song played on, an eternal serenade in the present moment, and the soul, held in its tender, powerful strains, drifted into a rest that was the deepest form of listening, a silent, joyful echo back to the heart of the singer. The final surrender was not a collapse, but a leaning, a conscious, trusting yielding into the support that had been promised all along. The words returned, not as a new truth, but as the soul's oldest and most reliable memory, a truth worn smooth by the repeated experience of being caught. The Lord upholds all who fall. The phrase was breathed into the deepening twilight of consciousness, a soft affirmation that met the soul precisely at its point of greatest vulnerability, its point of letting go. This was not a general principle about divine care. It was a personal pledge, whispered into the ear of the spirit as it teetered on the brink of sleep's unknowing. It was the assurance that the descent into unconsciousness was not a fall into abandonment, but a fall into upheldness, a trust fall into the everlasting arms. This was the supportive nature of God, especially as consciousness began to fade. The mind, that diligent manager of reality, was finally relinquishing its grip, its sharp edges softening, its boundaries blurring. The sense of self, so fiercely guarded through the waking hours, was beginning to dissolve like sugar in water. In this vulnerable unmaking, the fear of dissolution could arise, the primal anxiety of ceasing to be, of losing control. But the promise cut through this final veil of fear. The Lord upholds. He did not uphold only the strong, the vigilant, the self-possessed. He upheld the fallers, the stumblers, the ones whose grip had failed and whose consciousness was flickering out like a candle in a gentle wind. His support was not conditional on the soul's ability to hold itself together. It was most manifest in the moment of the soul's admitted inability. The feeling of falling transformed. It was no longer a terror, but a sensation of being met. The soul did not plummet into a void, but sank into a support that had been there all along, a net of grace woven from threads of faithfulness and love. The weariness that had been a burden to carry became the very weight that engaged the divine upholding. The deeper the weariness, the more profound the sense of being held. The release of control was not a loss of security, but the prerequisite for experiencing a security far greater than self-control could ever provide. The soul was not falling asleep alone. It was being lowered into rest by a love that specialized in bearing the weight of humanity. As the last lights of conscious thought winked out, one by one, the truth remained, glowing in the spirit's core like a single, steady ember. The Lord upholds. The body grew heavy, the breath slow and deep, the world receding into a soft hum. But the upholding did not cease. It continued, unwavering, a constant, gentle pressure beneath the sinking soul. The fears of the night, the unfinished business of the day, the vague shapes of tomorrow's worries, they all lost their substance, their power to disturb, because they were not the souls to carry. They were held in the same hands that held the soul itself. The final thought was not a word, but a sensation, the sure, solid, undeniable feeling of being upheld. And in that ultimate trust, the soul crossed the final threshold into sleep, not falling, but being lowered, cradled and kept, every part of it perfectly and eternally sustained. In the velvet hush where sleep begins to claim its own, the soul returns to the one treasure that outshines all others, the single reality that makes the release of consciousness not a risk, but a safe passage into grace. The words form not on the lips, but in the heart's deepest chamber, a final, awestruck sigh before the crossing into dreams. How precious is your steadfast love! The phrase is no longer a verse to be remembered, but the very air the Spirit breathes in this sacred space. Its preciousness is not measured in earthly value, but in its power to hold the soul when all other holds are relinquished, to be the one constant in the gentle dissolution of self that sleep requires. This love is the most treasured possession, not because it is owned, but because it owns the soul in return. It is the divine grip that will not loosen, the eternal promise that undergirds the temporary surrender of night. In the letting go of thoughts, of plans, of the very sense of I, this love remains, the unshakable, unchanging fact of God's affectionate faithfulness. It is more valuable than clarity, more certain than health, more durable than memory. To hold on to it while falling asleep is not an act of effort, but of simple, trusting reception. It is to curl the fingers of the Spirit around the one thing that cannot be lost, even in the profound vulnerability of unconsciousness. As the mind's bright lights dim and the world of senses fades, this steadfast love becomes the soul's sole remaining reality. It is the anchor in the gentle drift, the golden thread that ties the sleeping spirit to the waking God. There is no need to fear the loss of control, the silence, the unknown landscapes of dreams, for this love is the compass and the map, the guide and the destination. Its preciousness is proven in its constancy. It does not fluctuate with the soul's awareness of it. It is as present in deep, dreamless sleep as it is in alert prayer, a blanket of grace that covers the entirety of the human experience. So the soul, valuing this love above all else, releases its final claim on consciousness. It does not clutch at waking thoughts or resist the pull of rest. Instead, it entrusts itself to the precious, steadfast love that has been its theme and its truth through all the watches of the night. This love is the lullaby that needs no sound, the safety that needs no lock, the home that has no walls. And holding on to it, not with strain but with the effortless grip of trust, the spirit slips across the threshold into sleep, cradled in the infinite, tender, and utterly precious love of God. From the deepest well of a soul now fully at rest, a final note of praise arose, not as a demand for energy or a summons to effort, but as a natural, effortless exhalation of a heart that had found its home in grace. The words, worn smooth by the night's journey, returned one last time, not as a declaration to be made, but as a fragrance released from a spirit saturated in peace. I will extol the Lord. The phrase was a soft sigh, a breath of gratitude that required no muscle, no will, no striving. It was the soul's involuntary response to the overwhelming reality of being loved, a whisper of awe that escaped like perfume from a jar that had been gently overturned by the hand of God. This was the praise that did not require energy, but arose from a heart at rest. It was not the product of a disciplined mind or a fervent emotion, but the overflow of a vessel that had been filled to the brim and beyond with the steadfast love that had been its theme. The frantic need to manufacture worship, to conjure up feelings of gratitude, had quieted. In its place was a simple, abiding awareness of goodness, a goodness that was now the soul's native air, the environment in which it breathed and had its being. The praise was as natural and unforced as the beating of the heart, a rhythm set not by the soul itself, but by the divine pulse of the love that held it. It was a soft, fading repetition, an echo that grew quieter with each iteration, not because the truth was diminishing, but because the soul was sinking deeper into the reality it proclaimed. I will extol the Lord. The words were less a sound and more a feeling, a resonance in the spirit that harmonized with the eternal song of creation itself. The edges of individual consciousness began to blur, not into nothingness, but into a greater, sweeter communion. The praise was no longer something the soul did. It was something the soul was, a state of being in perfect alignment with the worthiness of God. In this final gentle descent, there were no more battles to fight, no more truths to grasp, no more burdens to carry. The work was complete. The rest was total. The heart, having been quieted, healed, upheld, and loved, had nothing left to do but simply be held, be at peace, be a living echo of the praise that had been sung over it all through the night. The repetition faded into the silence from which it had come, not ending, but becoming one with the quiet, a seamless part of the profound peace that now held the world. The soul, extolling the Lord not with words but with its very existence, slipped into the deepest rest of all, cradled in the silent, glorious affirmation that it was, and always would be, perfectly and completely loved. In the profound quiet where the soul hovered on the very edge of sleep, the final, most essential truth returned, not as a declaration to be made, but as the bedrock upon which all other assurances now rested. It was a whisper from the spirit's deepest core, a sigh of ultimate contentment. The Lord is my portion. The words were not spoken, but felt, a cellular knowing that bypassed the mind's need for understanding and settled in the marrow of the being. This was not a claim of ownership, but of belonging, not an assertion of what the soul possessed, but a joyful surrender to what possessed it. In the letting go of all else, the day's triumphs and failures, the body's strength, the mind's vigilance, this one reality remained, shining with the clarity of a lone star in a vast, velvety sky. This was the whispered truth that God was enough. More than enough. His sufficiency was not measured against the soul's needs, as if he were a resource to be depleted, but was the infinite ocean in which every need dissolved. The anxieties that had once shouted of lack, of time, of peace, of strength, were now silent, their voices drowned out by the overwhelming, quiet hum of his completeness. He was not a tool for obtaining rest. He was the rest itself. Not a shield against the night, but the very substance of the safety that pervaded it. For this night and all that it held, the unknown dreams, the vulnerability of unconsciousness, the silent passage of hours, he was the portion that would not be measured out in sparing doses, but poured forth in a continuous, generous flow. The soul, understanding this in a place beyond words, released its final, fragile hold on self-sufficiency. There was no need to gather reserves for the journey ahead, for the journey was in him. There was no need to fear what the darkness might conceal, for the darkness was full of his presence. He was the inheritance, the allotted share, the treasure that could not be taken, diminished, or outgrown. Every whisper of insufficiency, every ghost of past failure, every shadow of future worry, met its end in this magnificent, all-encompassing truth. He was enough. And so, cradled in this ultimate sufficiency, the soul did not strive to believe or struggle to hold on. It simply rested in the portion it had been given. The breath became a slow, steady rhythm of reception. The body yielded completely, a leaf carried on the current of a deep, sure river. The mind, its work finally finished, surrendered its last thought to the greater reality of His grace. For this night, with all its mysteries and its peace, and for all the nights and days to come, the Lord was its portion, and in that there was nothing left to want, nothing left to fear, and nothing left to do but sleep, perfectly provided for, perfectly held, and perfectly at rest. In the deep, hallowed silence where the soul now dwells, a final blessing descends, gentle as a feather falling through still air. It is not a prayer of petition, but a declaration of grace already bestowed, a sacred covering drawn over the entirety of the being, body, mind, and spirit. This is the benediction of peace, a divine whisper that seals the night's journey and consecrates the coming rest. It is the ultimate surrender into the arms of a love that has proven itself steadfast through every whispered promise and every quiet assurance. May a deep, uninterrupted sleep claim you now, not as an escape from the world, but as a return to your most essential, beloved self, held in the heart of God. Let the waters of slumber be still and profound, a healing lake into which you sink without ripple or resistance. In this holy unconsciousness, may your mind release its final fleeting cares, your body its accumulated tensions, and your spirit its last, subtle tremors of unrest. You are entering a sanctuary where the noise of the world cannot follow, a chamber of rest prepared for you since the foundation of time. And within this rest, may your dreams be filled with visions of God's goodness, not the frantic, disjointed mosaics of the anxious mind, but gentle, flowing tapestries woven from the threads of His faithfulness. May you dream of green pastures that stretch into eternity, of quiet waters that reflect a sky forever clear. May you hear echoes of the love songs sung over you, and feel the warmth of the presence that has never left your side. Let your subconscious be a canvas for His kindness, painting in the language of symbols and sensations the deep, abiding truth that you are cherished, you are safe, you are home. Then, when the appointed hour comes, may your awakening be as peaceful as your sleep. Let the return to consciousness be a gentle dawn, not a jarring alarm. May the first thought be one of gratitude, the first feeling one of rested wholeness. May the peace that cradled you through the night cling to you like the soft fragrance of morning, a tangible reminder that the same grace that guarded your rest will guide your waking hours. You will arise not merely refreshed in body, but restored in soul, carrying the quiet of the night into the melody of the day. The narration slows now, each word a soft footfall leading you deeper into the silence. The voice that has guided, comforted, and assured you grows quieter, fading from a whisper to a breath, from a breath to a mere intention of peace. It does not abandon you, but joins you in the hush, becoming one with the stillness it has proclaimed. The words dissolve into the air, leaving behind only their essence, a sense of safety, a feeling of love, a certainty of presence. There is nothing more to say, for every promise has been spoken, every truth has been settled. The story of the night is complete. The silence that remains is not empty, it is full, full of the peace that passes understanding, full of the love that will not let you go, full of the presence that watches over you without slumber or sleep. So rest now, simply rest. Let go of the last thread of waking thought. The blessing is upon you, the peace is within you. The night is held in hands far more capable than your own. The final word fades, the silence deepens, and you are at peace.